2,000 years ago, at the dawn of the first century, the world was ruled from Rome, and Rome was in turmoil. Civil war had engulfed the empire's capital city. Dictators seized power, and the Roman future seemed bleak. But from the chaos, the Roman Empire would rise stronger and more dazzling than ever before. Within a few short years, it would stretch from Britain across Europe to southern Egypt, from North Africa around the Mediterranean to the Middle East. It would embrace hundreds of languages and religions, and would till those diverse cultures into a rich soil from which Western civilization would grow. Rome would become the world's first and most enduring superpower, spanning continents and epochs. The glory days of Rome were studded with names that reach out to us across 2 millennia: Ovid and Nero, Seneca and Caligula. But the story of Rome is more than the story of famous men, and millions of less familiar figures struck different chords in the symphony of empire. People such as the wealthy benefactor, Eumacia, the rebel queen, Boudica, and countless uncelebrated soldiers and slaves, senators and peasants. And above them all, this man, Caesar Augustus. This was the emperor who set the tone for the astonishing resonance of Rome. This series tells the story of Augustus and his people, the men and women who wrested order from chaos, shaped the greatest empire the world had ever seen, and launched the Roman Empire in the 1st century. Years after Egypt's pharaohs reigned supreme, 400 years after the flowering of Greek culture, 300 years after Alexander the Great, a boy named Octavian was born in a small Italian town. The child would one day be called Augustus, and his birth, one ancient historian tells us, would be gilded by legend.
His father, leading an army through distant lands, went to a sacred grove, seeking prophecy on the boy's future. When wine was poured on the altar, flames shot up to heaven, a sign seen only once before by Alexander the Great. The priest declared that Augustus would be ruler of the world.
The story is told by Suetonius. Writing at the turn of the 1st century, he based his biography on eyewitness accounts, on common gossip, and on research conducted as imperial librarian. In truth, he writes, the prospects of young Augustus were far from grand. The boy was sickly, with few connections. His family were country people. His father, the first in their line to join the Senate. But worse, Augustus was born into dangerous times. Civil war had flared for decades. Feuding nobles, many controlling large armies, fought to gain power for themselves. And Rome's traditions of open government were often trampled underfoot. So too were innocent bystanders. When Augustus was just 4 years old, his father suddenly died. Without a male mentor, the boy's future looked bleak. But in 49 BC, when he was 13, Augustus's fortune took a dramatic turn. For in that year, his great-uncle, Julius Caesar, gained the upper hand on the battlefield. Leading an army across the Rubicon River, Caesar declared himself master of Rome and ruler of an empire still aspiring to greatness.
At the time of Julius Caesar, the Roman Empire was a little bit like a boy who's reached 6 feet tall, and yet he's only 14 or 15 years old. He's not yet a man. The externals of empire were there. The armies were there. The Romans governed most of the coast of the Mediterranean, with the exception of Egypt. However, they had not yet learned to bring that into a functioning organism.
The past decades of internal fighting had weakened the empire. Northern tribes harried the borders. Enemies were confronting Rome in the east, and the province of Spain threatened to break free. Julius Caesar moved quickly to bolster the frontiers and his own legacy. Caesar had no heir, so when Augustus completed a dangerous mission, Caesar adopted the teenager in his will.
Augustus realized here was a tremendous opportunity. Mind you, he had no military training, but he was the heir of the greatest political figure that was on the Roman sky literally at that time, and he cashed in on it.
It was a heady opportunity for Augustus, but also a perilous challenge. For in 44 BC, foreigners were not the only threat to stability. There were enemies within Caesar's small circle of advisors. They murdered Caesar at a meeting of the Senate. For the second time in his life, Augustus lost a father. But now on the verge of manhood, he thrust himself into the maelstrom of Roman politics.
The death of Julius Caesar was not just a turning point in Augustus's life, it was a turning point in world history. He was extremely young at this time, only in his 19th year. And yet, when he knew that he had been made Caesar's heir, he immediately took up the political legacy of Caesar and entered the mainstream of Roman politics, didn't hesitate to try to avenge his father, but that meant, of course, stepping onto the stage of politics, raising an army, and immediately immersing himself in a contest for supreme political power at Rome.
He displayed brutality against enemy prisoners. Once, when a father and son were begging for their lives, he ordered they should draw lots to determine which would be executed. The father offered himself, and so was killed. Because of this, the son committed suicide. Augustus watched them both die.
Suetonius describes the crisis as trial by fire, and Augustus didn't flinch from the task. He formed a strategic alliance with Mark Antony, a powerful general who also wanted supremacy. Together, they massacred their enemies in the capital. Then they pursued their rivals to the shores of Greece, where they fought and won two of the bloodiest battles in Roman history. When the carnage ended, the empire was theirs. Augustus and Antony divided the spoils of war. Augustus remained in Rome, but Antony took control of Egypt, a land not formally joined to Rome, but firmly under the empire's command. There he joined forces with Egypt's queen. Ancient historians, like Cassius Dio, believed that was a fateful move. When Antony fell deeply in love with his new ally, many feared the ambitious queen was scheming to rule Rome herself. Her name was Cleopatra.
Cleopatra's brazen desire for passion and wealth was insatiable. By love, she had made herself Queen of Egypt. But she failed in her goal to become Queen of the Romans.
Cleopatra did not enjoy a good press in Rome. What really irritated people about Cleopatra is that she was a powerful woman from the East and from a very wealthy country with a monarchic system of government. And she therefore symbolized lack of moderation, lack of control, frenzy, fury, everything that Rome tried not to be. Cleopatra and Antony were cast as the leaders of the evil empire.
Antony's alliance with Augustus withered. He and Cleopatra mobilized, but Augustus struck first. The poet Virgil later cast the battle as an epic struggle of East against West.
Standing high on the stern, Augustus leads the Italians into battle, carrying with him the might of the Senate and the people. Opposing him with barbarian wealth is Antony, suited for battle. He carries with him the powers of the Orient, and, to the scandal of all, his Egyptian wife. Their monstrous divinities raise weapons against our noble Roman gods.
Three-quarters of the Egyptian fleet was destroyed. Antony and Cleopatra committed suicide, and the land of the pharaohs was formally annexed to the Roman Empire.
The annexation of Egypt for Augustus was immensely important. It was the equivalent of Hitler's troops marching through the streets of Paris. Here was a wealthy country that was going to be providing food, that was going to be providing land, but above all, it was a country of great cultural prestige. And once Rome had Egypt as part of its empire, they had truly arrived.
There is nothing that men can wish from the gods, nothing the gods can do for men which Augustus, when he returned to the city, did not do for the Republic, the Roman people, and the entire world. Civil wars were finished, foreign wars ended, and everywhere the fury of arms was put to rest.
Upon Augustus's return to a war-torn Rome in 29 BC, the city went wild with enthusiasm. The triumphant general vowed to restore peace and security. It was a promise he would keep. The victory of Augustus launched a period of stunning cultural vitality, of religious renewal, and of economic well-being that spread throughout the empire. It would be called the Pax Romana, the Peace of Rome. And to many, it marked the return of Rome's mythic and glorious past. But Augustus himself would never return to the past. He was now a hardened 32-year-old man, the sole ruler of the Greco-Roman world, Rome's first emperor. Victory had been costly, but the greatest challenge still lay ahead. For to avoid the fate of Julius Caesar, Augustus must disarm the Senate and charm the masses. He must do better than win the war. He must win the peace. That challenge would occupy the rest of his life.
Let me step forward, clear my throat, and announce that I am a native of Solmo, a few days' journey eastward from Rome.
While Augustus fought his way to the pinnacle of power, a boy named Ovid was coming of age under less demanding circumstances.
I was the second son, a year to the day younger than my brother. We always had 2 cakes on the birthday we shared, and were close in other ways as well. We studied together, and then went up to Rome to seek our fortunes. I used to waste my time trying to write verses. Our father called it waste. He disapproved of any pursuit where you couldn't earn a decent living, and always used to say, Homer died poor.
Ovid came from the same stock as Augustus. They were both landed gentry, and like Augustus, the young man found his identity and his ambitions molded by his demanding family.
I tried to give up poetry, to stick to prose on serious subjects, but frivolous minds like mine attract frivolous inspirations, some too good not to fool with. I kept returning to my bad habits, secretive and ashamed. I couldn't help it. I felt like an imposter at serious matters, but I owed it to my father and brother to try to do my duty.
By Roman law, a father wielded absolute control over his children. Those who displeased him could be disowned, sold into slavery, or even killed. The young Ovid tried to meet his father's expectations. He married, he studied law, but the strain proved unendurable. Miserable, Ovid and a friend set out on a journey of self-discovery.
We toured all the magnificent cities of Asia. We watched the flames of Mount Etna light up the heavens. We plowed the waves in a painted ship and also traveled by wagon. Often the road seemed short as we were lost in conversation. When we walked, our words outnumbered our steps, and we had too much to say, even for the long evenings of summer.
"18 months later, Ovid settled in Rome, older and more self-confident than before. He resolved to become a poet. He cultivated new friends in Roman literary circles, and soon Ovid made a name for himself as Rome's reigning poet of stolen kisses.
So your husband is coming to this dinner party. I hope he gags on his food. Listen, and learn what you must do. When he settles on his couch to eat, go to him with a straight face. Look modest and lie back beside him, but secretly touch me with your foot. Don't let him drape his arms around your neck. Don't rest your gentle head against his chest. Don't welcome his fingers to your lap or to your eager nipples. Most of all, no kissing. When dinner is done, your husband will close the bedroom door. But whatever the night shall bring, tell me tomorrow you refused him.
It's a mistake to think that Ovid's poetry can be read very literally in purely autobiographical terms. That wouldn't be true, I think, of any poetry from antiquity. But clearly at the same time, Ovid is writing about subjects of which he has some sort of experience. And he certainly, through the love poetry, opens up a world which is very different in tone and quality from the official atmosphere.
While Ovid bloomed as a man of words, the new emperor thrived as a man of action. He rebuilt Rome and his own family. Divorcing his wife, Augustus married his heavily pregnant mistress, Livia. The move raised eyebrows and hackles, for love was not the only motive, and although Augustus shunned the trappings of absolute power, many suspected he was building a dynasty, a line of heirs to rule Rome for generations to come. Augustus knew it was a dangerous move. The Julius Caesar had been murdered for appearing a king. Augustus would not make the same mistake. He relinquished high office and struck a delicate balance between fact and fiction.
Having by universal consent acquired control of all affairs, I transferred government to the Senate and the people of Rome.
Augustus was a very cagey political leader because he pretended to be restoring all of these Republican political traditions, and in fact, what he was running was a full-fledged dynastic monarchy.
Augustus conquered Cantabria, Aquitania, Pannonia, Dalmatia, and all of Illyricum, as well as Rhaetia.
Augustus not only changed the empire, he expanded it. Egypt had been added early in his career. Soon, northern Spain was joined. Augustus drove across Europe, into Germany, and he united East and West by adding modern Hungary, Austria, the Balkans, and central Turkey. These victories employed Roman soldiers and senators and offered welcome distractions to the city's poor. When Augustus wasn't staging chariot races or gladiator shows, he displayed exotic animals, the quarry of Rome's far-flung empire. A rhinoceros appeared in the arena, Asian tigers in the theater, a giant serpent in the forum.
One key constituency for Augustus was the plebeian population of Rome. That is basically the city mob. You have several 100,000 folks here who have no jobs, and to put it very simply, who need to be kept off the streets and be kept from making trouble, because it's a very volatile and combustible mix there.
The volatile mix that made up Rome stayed quiet for the first 4 years of Augustus's rule. Then, in 23 BC, events took a critical turn. Cassius Dio writes that a series of disasters convinced the people that Augustus needed not less power, but more.
The city was flooded by the overflowing river, and many things were struck by lightning. Then a plague passed through Italy, and no one could work the land. The Romans thought these misfortunes were caused because Augustus had relinquished his office. They wished to appoint him dictator. A mob barricaded the Senate inside its building and, threatening to burn them alive, forced the Senate to vote Augustus absolute ruler.
The demands threatened to unsettle the emperor's precarious political balance. Augustus fell to his knees before the rioters. He tore his toga and beat his chest. He promised the mob that he would personally take control of the grain supply, but Augustus refused to be called a dictator. The crowd disbanded, but the lesson was clear. Augustus was riding a tiger. To keep order on the frontiers, the streets, and the Senate was a superhuman task, and superhuman skills were needed. Luckily for Rome, Augustus had them.
Then something very fortuitous happens. Halley's Comet shows up. And the word is given out by Augustus. This is the soul of Julius Caesar ascending into heaven. So from this point on, he is called Julius Caesar the Divine. Politically, it became very potent, because what does Augustus do at this point? On all his coinage, on all his writings, and all his symbols, whatever, he puts out the words DF, Son of the Divine. And it's really quite an asset in politics to be the son of the divine. Their modern politicians, I think, would be very jealous of being able to do that.
Augustus enhanced his pious new identity with stories of his lean habits. It was said that he lived in a modest house and slept on a low bed, that he ate common foods, coarse bread, common cheese, and sometimes even less.
My dear Tiberius, not even a Jew observes a fast as diligently on the Sabbath as I have today. I ate nothing until the early hours of evening, when I nibbled 2 bites before my rub-down.
Moral change, Augustus began to argue, was the enemy of Rome. He believed that its future ran through its past, through the restoration of values he thought had first made Rome great.
I renewed many traditions which were fading in our age. I restored 82 temples of the gods, neglecting none that required repair at the time.
In public, Augustus led by example. He sacrificed animals in traditional rituals, and he re-established traditional social rules. New laws assigned theater seats by social rank. Women were confined to the back rows. Adultery was outlawed. Marriage and children encouraged. To many, Roman society had recovered its true course. The son of a god was building an empire for the ages.
Who can find words to adequately describe the advancements of these years? Authority has been returned to the government, majesty to the Senate, and influence to the courts. Protests in the theater have been stopped. Integrity is honored. Depravity is punished.
But amid the applause, there were also cries of protest. The emperor's new traditionalism rankled friends and enemies alike. It even rankled his own daughter, Julia. Long a pawn of family politics, Julia assumed that she was exempt from her father's stringent views. She was wrong. And in the coming years, Augustus, the son of a god, would have to confront Augustus, the father.
If there is anyone here who is a novice in the art of love, let him read my book. With study, he will love like a professional.
As the Emperor Augustus firmly charted a course of moral rigor, the poet Ovid staked out different ground. He was now Rome's most famous living poet, and his boldness grew in step with his reputation. Having all but exhausted the conventions of love poetry, he decided to stretch them. He began composing a manual of practical tips on adultery.
Step 1. Stroll under a shady colonnade. Don't miss the shrine of Adonis, but the theater is your best hunting ground. There you'll find women to satisfy any desire. Just as ants come and go, so the cultured ladies swarm to the games. They come for the show, and to make a show of themselves. There are so many, I often reel from the choice.
Many Romans yearned to follow their emperor back to the good old days of stern Roman virtue, but others reveled in the promises of Rome's newfound peace. Ovid was one of them. To the youthful poet, old limits seemed meaningless.
Do not doubt you can have any girl you wish. Some give in, others resist, but all love to be propositioned. And even if you fail, rejection doesn't hurt. But why should you fail? Women always welcome pleasure and find novelty exciting.
Indeed, the earlier civil wars had unleashed enormous social change. Some women had gained political clout, new rights, and new freedoms. Tradition holds that one such woman was Julia, the emperor's only child.
Julia had a love of letters and was well educated, a given in that family. She also had a gentle nature and no cruel intentions. Together, these brought her great esteem as a woman.
Julia didn't reject traditional values wholesale. She had long endured her father's overbearing control. She dutifully married 3 times to further his dynastic ambitions, and she bore 5 children. Her 2 boys, Gaius and Lucius, were cherished by Augustus as probable heirs. But like Ovid, Julia expected more from the piece. She was clever and vivacious, and she had an irreverent tongue that cut across the grain of Roman convention. Her legendary wit was passed through the centuries by a late Roman writer called Macrobius.
Several times her father ordered her, in a manner both doting and scolding, to moderate her lavish clothes and keep less mischievous company. Once he saw her in a revealing dress. He disapproved, but held his tongue. The next day, in a different dress, she embraced her father with modesty. He could not contain his joy and said, "Now, isn't this dress more suited to the daughter of Augustus?" Julia retorted, "Today I am dressed for my father's eyes. Yesterday I dressed for my husband's."
But apparently Julia's charms were not reserved for her husband alone. The emperor's daughter took many lovers.
Her dalliances were so well known that people were actually surprised when her children resembled her second husband, who was the father of her 5 children. And she wittily replied, "Well, that's because I never take on a passenger unless I already have a full cargo," meaning that she waited until she was already pregnant before undertaking these dalliances. So concerned was she to protect the bloodlines of these offspring.
Julia, like Ovid, was a testament to her times. But neither of them were average Romans. The life they represented shocked traditional society to the core, and as Julia entered her 38th year, crisis loomed.
In that year, a scandal broke out in the emperor's own home. Shameful to discuss, horrible to remember.
One Roman soldier voiced deep revulsion at Julia's extraordinary self-indulgence.
Julia, ignoring her father Augustus, did everything which is shameful for a woman to do, whether through extravagance or lust. She counted her sins as though counting her blessings, and asserted her freedom to ignore the laws of decency.
Julia's behavior erupted into a full-blown political crisis, and it was marked by overblown claims. The emperor's daughter was rumored to hold nightly revels in Rome's public square. She was said to barter sexual favors from the podium where her father addressed the people. When the gossip reached Augustus, the emperor flew into a violent rage. He refused to see visitors. Upon emerging, Suetonius reports, he publicly denounced his only child.
He wrote a letter advising the Senate of her misbehavior, but was absent when it was read. He secluded himself out of shame and even considered a death sentence for his daughter. He grew more obstinate when the Roman people came to him several times begging for her sake. He cursed the crowd that they should have such daughters and such wives.
As a father, Augustus could not abide Julia's behavior. As an emperor, he could not tolerate the embarrassment. Augustus banished Julia for the rest of her life.
I was going to pass over the ways a clever girl might elude a husband or watchful guard. But since you need help, here's my advice.
Soon after Julia's exile, Ovid released his salacious poem. It couldn't have been more poorly timed.
Of course, a guard stands in your way, but you can still write. Compose love letters while alone in the bathroom and send them out with an accomplice. She can hide them next to her warm flesh, under her dress, or bound beneath her foot. Should your guard get wind of these schemes, she can offer her skin for paper and carry out notes written on her body.
Ovid's poetry extolled behavior for which the emperor's daughter was banished, and her fate loomed large as a warning. For the present, the emperor remained mute toward Rome's most gifted rebel. Ovid turned his hand to less provocative forms of poetry. He remarried, and he embraced a new appreciation for discretion.
Enjoy forbidden pleasures in their place, but when you dress, don't forget your mask of decorum. An innocent face hides more than a lying tongue.
Ovid was on notice. The order of Augustus had firm bounds of propriety, and Ovid had tested them to the fullest.
Now consider the dangers of night. Tiles fall from the rooftop and crack you on the head. And the drunken hooligan, spoiling for a fight, cannot rest without a brawl. What can you do when a raving madman confronts you? Or tenants throw their broken pots out the window? You're courting disaster if you go to dinner before writing your will.
At the turn of the 1st century, the poet Juvenal was writing verses that exposed much of Rome to scorn. He was acerbic and had a keen eye for the gritty realities of urban life.
Our apartment block is a tottering ruin. The building manager props it up with slender poles and plasters over the gaping cracks. Then he bids us sleep safe and sound in his wretched death trap.
I don't think our notion of Rome bears much relation to the Rome of everyday life, because what is left today are the big public buildings, not the squalid hovels, without plumbing and without any kind of sanitary conditions that ordinary people lived in. That's precisely the reason members of the elite preferred to withdraw up onto the hills and have their villas up on the hills, a little bit away from the noise and away from the stench and away from that incredible horde of people pressing close together.
I would love to live where there are no fears in the dark of night. Even now I smell fire and hear a neighbor cry out for water as he struggles to save his measly belongings. Smoke pours out from the 3rd story as flames move upwards. But the poor wretch who lives at the top, with a leaking roof and roosting birds, is oblivious to the danger and sure to burn.
In the year 4 in the imperial palace, the Emperor Augustus also lost sleep, but not from fear of fire. Now an old man of 66, Augustus had lost much of his youthful vigor.
His vision had faded in his left eye. His teeth were few, widely spaced, and worn down. His hair wispy and yellowed. His skin was irritated by scratching and vehement scraping, so that he had chronic rough spots resembling ringworm.
As the emperor neared death, plots to succeed him sprouted. His grandsons and intended heirs had both died unexpectedly, and the emperor himself lived under constant threat of assassination. Speaking for Augustus, one ancient historian voiced his dilemma. "Whereas solitude is dreadful," he wrote, "company is also dreadful. The very men who protect us are most terrifying."
In many ways, Augustus looks so solid, and what he created looks so solid, you forget the fragility. I think contemporaries were very aware of that fragility, and surely Augustus was. He was over-anxious, in a sense, to provide a secure system after he'd gone.
At this time, there were unusually strong earthquakes. The Tiber pulled down the bridge and flooded the city for 7 days. There was a partial eclipse of the sun, and famine developed.
Ancient historians report that natural disasters predicted political ones, and indeed, the emperor's difficulties seemed to be mounting fast. In the year 6, soldiers, the backbone of the empire, refused to re-enlist without a pay raise. New funds had to be found. Then, fire swept parts of the capital. A reluctant Augustus turned to taxation. It was a dangerous tactic, and the emperor knew it. Fearing a coup, Augustus dispersed potential enemies. He recessed the courts and disbanded the Senate. He even dismissed his own retinue. Still, Rome remained on edge.
The mob, distressed by the famine and the taxes after the fire, were unsettled. They openly discussed rebellion. When night fell, they hung seditious posters.
The crisis passed, but soon a new and even greater disaster battered the aging Augustus. It began in Germany, a land of fiercely independent tribes, and to the Roman eye, rugged barbarism. The region had been recently conquered, and Roman customs were taking root, or so they thought.
The barbarians had not forgotten their ancient traditions, their free way of life, or the power of arms. But as long as they were assimilated slowly, they did not realize they were changing and did not resist Roman influence.
That peaceful evolution stopped, however, in the year 9, the year an arrogant young general called Quintilius Varus became commander of the Rhine army and brought an iron fist to the province.
He forced more drastic change on the barbarians, and among other things, he dealt with them as if they were slaves of the Romans, and exacted money as if they were his subjects.
Varus disastrously miscalculated the extent of Roman control and misjudged German compliance. A trusted German chieftain organized a full-scale revolt and lured Varus's troops into a trap, deep in unfamiliar terrain.
The mountains were rocky and cut with ravines. The trees were dense and tall, so that the Romans were struggling to make progress. Rain began to fall in sheets, and a heavy wind scattered their numbers. The ground became slippery around the tree trunks and roots. While the Romans were dealing with these troubles, the barbarians surrounded them, and suddenly coming from everywhere. First, they hurled missiles from afar. But then, since no one was fighting back and many were wounded, the barbarians came ever closer, and the Romans were unable to retaliate. They kept crashing into each other in the trees. They could not grip their arrows or javelins. The rain forced the weapons from their hands. Even their sodden shields were useless. And so every man and every horse was slaughtered.
Three legions were massacred, a tenth of Rome's army. Augustus, his biographer reports, was traumatized.
They say he was so disturbed that for several months he let his hair and beard grow, and would sometimes bash his head on doors and cry out, "Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions."
The disaster in Germany underscored a stark reality. The empire was born of violence, and to violence it ever threatened to return. The emperor was in no mood for leniency.
Believe me, love's climax of pleasure should not be rushed, but savored. And when you reach those places your woman loves to have touched, don't let shame get in the way. Don't back off. You'll see her eyes shine with a trembling light, as when the sun glitters on rippling water. She'll moan and murmur sweet words just right for the game. But don't outpace your mistress, or let her leave you in the dust. Rush to the finish line in unison. When man and woman collapse together, they both win. That's the greatest prize.
Ovid's sizzling words gripped Rome when they were first published, but a decade later they would return to haunt him. For the patience of the Emperor Augustus had reached its lowest point. Beleaguered, he saw plots in every corner, anarchy in every act of disobedience. Blaming the subversive book, Augustus banished Ovid from Rome.
Hello, are you there? If so, indulge these verses of mine. They don't come from my garden or that old couch I used to sprawl on. Whoever you are, and in whatever parlor, bedroom, or study, I have been writing on decks, propped up against bulkheads.
The poet was sent to an untamed backwater at the edges of the empire on the shores of the Black Sea. For Ovid, the ultimate urban sophisticate, no punishment could have been harsher. His roguish aplomb crumbled to anguish.
When night falls here, I think of that other night, when I was cast out into the endless gloom. We managed to laugh once or twice, as my wife found in some old trunk odd pieces of clothing. This might be the thing this season, the new Romanian mode. And just as abruptly, our peal of laughter would catch and tear into tears. And we held each other. My wife sobbed at the hearth. What could I say? I took the first step with which all journeys begin, but could not take the second. I was barely able to breathe. I set forth again. Behind me, she fell rolling onto the floor. Her hair swept into the hearth, stirring up the dust and ashes. I heard her call my name. I thought I had survived the worst. What could be worse? But my wife arose, pursued me, held on to me, weeping. Servants pulled her away. Whatever worth there was in me died there.
Ovid was sure his talents would bring him home. He wrote constantly, and as he waited, he sought refuge in a remote frontier town. When the temperatures dropped, Ovid wrote, wine froze in its vessels, the river in its banks. Across the ice thundered hostile horsemen, plundering and killing. It was a brutal life, Ovid wrote home from exile, a side of the empire that few Romans ever saw.
Beyond these rickety walls, there's no safety. And inside, it's hardly better. Barbarians live in most of the houses. Even if you're not afraid of them, you'll despise their long hair and clothes made of animal skins. They all do business in their common language. I have to communicate with gestures. I am understood by no one, and the stupid peasants insult my Latin words. They heckle me to my face and mock my exile.
Writing for this audience, Ovid complained, was like dancing in the dark. As the years passed, Ovid shriveled into a bony old man. He fell ill. Contrition replaced his former bravado.
Oh, I repent, I repent. If anyone as wretched as I can be believed, I do repent. I am tortured by my deed.
Ovid, however, never got an answer to his pleas, and would never get a reprieve. As he approached death, he became sadly resigned to his fate.
Look at me. I yearn for my country, my home, and for you. I've lost everything that I once had. But I still have my talent. Emperors have no jurisdiction over that. My fame will survive, even after I am gone. And as long as Rome dominates the world, I will be read.
9 years into his exile, Ovid died. He outlived Augustus, but he had bent to the emperor's will. At the start of the emperor's public life, Augustus had won the wars engulfing Rome. By the end, he had won the peace, and men like Ovid paid the price. In the years ahead, when lesser men would rule Rome, that price would rise higher still.
Jupiter and Mars and all gods that raised the Roman Empire to ruler of the world, I invoke you and I pray, guard this prosperity, this peace, now and into the future.
In the year 14, prayers such as these were heard around the vast dominion ruled by Rome. For in that year the empire stood at a precipice. The Emperor Augustus had died. Augustus had been a towering figure. He had extinguished a century of civil war. He presided over 40 years of internal peace and prosperity. He forged the vision and power that cemented the empire together. But the peace of Augustus came at a price. By the end of his life, Augustus had eclipsed the Senate, ruled as a monarch, and founded a dynasty that was fraught with troubles. His heirs, Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, these men would lead Rome through years of political terror, imperial madness, assassination, and through the distant founding of a new religion that would one day engulf the empire itself. The years to come would be years of trial, testing the endurance of subjects and citizens, soldiers and slaves, the men and women of the Roman Empire in the 1st century.
How miraculous. We can now sail to Spain in just 4 days, Gaul in 3 days, and we can reach Africa on the gentlest breeze overnight.
As the 1st century unfolded, ancient observers were awestruck by their shrinking world.
Incredibly, even Egypt is barely 7 days' journey.
For the empire that Augustus left behind was now more than a collection of conquered lands. It was a far-flung society of vibrant commerce and frequent travel. By the year 14, the people of modern-day France, Turkey, Syria, Greece, Spain, and North Africa were all part of Rome. They contributed to its wealth and gained from its protection. But at Augustus's death, the family of Rome also included some troubling members. Egypt, conquered some 45 years earlier, remained an exotic land of disturbing power. Judea, added to a half-century before, was a tinderbox. And in Germany, local tribes resisted full subjugation. Then there was Britain. Once Julius Caesar had proudly claimed the island for Rome. But his claim did not hold, and at Augustus's death, Britain still lay tantalizingly beyond grasp. As he lay dying, Augustus assumed a philosophical air. "Did I play my part well in this comedy of life?" he asked. The answer was a resounding yes. The Senate declared Augustus a god, and as he passed into legend, he passed the torch of leadership to a man who had stood in the shadows for 50 years, his grown stepson, Tiberius. The years of waiting had come with wrenching sacrifice. Once Tiberius had been happily married, but he had been forced to divorce his wife and marry the emperor's daughter. Tiberius complied with Augustus's order, but his biographer reports that he was never the same.
Tiberius had loved his wife. After the divorce, he grieved that he had pushed her away and had great anguish in his soul. The one time he caught sight of her, he watched her with such strained and swollen eyes that an officer was assigned to keep her from his presence.
Despite his sacrifice, Tiberius had been spurned. Augustus only chose him after more favored heirs had died. And still, Tiberius's position was insecure, for the Senate was leery. Its members needed leadership, but hated monarchy, and many resented the turn to hereditary rule.
Tiberius was in an impossible situation. He did not expect to become emperor originally. He was not Augustus's first choice. He was not Augustus. He had not accomplished what Augustus had. So the negotiation of his role with regard to those who were his social peers was very difficult indeed.
The Senate chamber was tense as Augustus's will was read. Tiberius moved warily to claim his legacy, and he gave confusing signals. Would Tiberius assume full imperial powers, the senators asked. No, he responded. Which branch of government will you direct? One member called out. Tiberius was silent. How long will Rome remain headless? Shouted another.
Tiberius wanted power, all right. The excuse for behaving in the way he does is that that's how Augustus himself had done it. He's trying to be a good Augustus lookalike. Augustus came to power by refusing it. He feels he too must refuse. But somehow, subtly, oddly, he got the game wrong. He refused too much. He didn't convince anyone that his refusal was genuine, and he only caused resentment.
As Tiberius groped awkwardly to define his role, events outside Rome turned ominous. A message arrived from the provinces. 2 armies on the northern frontier were refusing orders. It started among the legions in modern-day Hungary and Austria, just 10 days' march from Rome. One disgruntled soldier voiced the bitter realities of army life, and mounting a rostrum made of dirt, he stoked the fires of resentment.
Old men are enduring 30 and 40 years of service. Many have even lost limbs. And discharge does not end it. They do the same work by a different name. And if by some chance one survives, he is dragged to the ends of the earth and given payment with a swampy marsh or sterile mountainside. By Hercules, life in the legions is brutal and unprofitable.
Gradually, the arguments struck home. Soldiers began showing their scars. Some looted. Officers were killed. And with words of defiance ringing in the air, mutiny gained momentum.
Why should you obey like slaves? When will you dare demand payback if not with a new and wavering emperor?
It was Rome's worst nightmare, and it demanded attention from the imperial family. With the new emperor busy in Rome, another family member was sent to quell the rebellion. He was called Germanicus. He was young, charismatic, and loved by the soldiers as a man of the legions. His wife had even given birth in an army outpost, and the couple's 2-year-old son wore a tiny army uniform. Bootsy, the soldiers called him. In Latin, Caligula. The child was the darling of the Roman legions, their imperial mascot. When Germanicus and his family reached the mutinous camp, it was clear that more violence loomed. Their very lives were at risk. Germanicus consulted his advisors. He tearfully urged his wife to seek refuge with a nearby tribe. She agreed, leaving with little Caligula in her arms. Some years later, the historian Tacitus recorded the scene.
A wretched group of women marched away. The commander's wife, a refugee, clutching her small son to her breast, surrounded by the weeping wives of his comrades. The wailing was noticed by the soldiers who came out of their tents. They felt shame and pity and thought of her forefathers and of her son, a child born and raised among the tents. They begged, they insisted that she come back.
Rebel unity was broken. Germanicus became a hero, and Caligula and his mother returned to camp.
Caligula, as a child in the middle of this mutiny, must have seen the importance of the loyalty of the army. And in fact, he had been the darling of the soldiers, and he could appreciate the loyalty that the army felt to the imperial family in Rome. And yet he also could see what would happen if the soldiers' expectations weren't met. They were not going to maintain the loyalty.
Army loyalty, Caligula saw, was the core of imperial strength. But events would offer Caligula another darker lesson. Popularity could be a dangerous thing. Just 5 years later, Caligula's father Germanicus lay dying, poisoned, it was believed, on orders from the emperor. Tiberius insisted he played no part in the death of Germanicus, but neither did he mourn, for he well knew that public favorites could be as threatening as army mutinies, and survival demanded brutal vigilance. Governing Rome, Tiberius mused, was like holding a wolf by the ears. That reality would stalk the imperial family for generations to come.
I must go and have a bath. Yes, it's time. I get myself some towels, I run and catch up with the others, and I say to one and all, how are you? Have a good bath. Have a good supper.
Young and old, rich and poor, men and women, every day in mid-afternoon, countless people around the empire ended their work and made their way to the baths.
Labor and worry be gone. I sing the baths, bejeweled with shining tiles.
Most bath complexes were large, congenial places where all classes mingled in one of the great unifying rituals of Roman life. They included outdoor areas for exercise, food stands for snacks, and noisy attendants who offered every sort of service.
I would die if silence were as necessary to study as they say. I live just above the bathhouse.
The philosopher Seneca found his local bath a mixed blessing.
Consider all the hateful voices I hear. When the brawny men exercise with their lead weights, I hear their groans and gasps. Or when someone else comes in to get a vulgar massage, I hear the slap of a hand on the shoulders. Add those who leap into the pool with a huge splash. And besides these, who at least have normal voices, consider the hair plucker, always screeching for customers and never quiet, except when he's making someone else cry.
After several hours in the boisterous atmosphere, wealthy Romans headed home for an evening with friends. The less privileged met at roadside cafes. But one and all, Romans cherished their late afternoon rituals as staples of life.
Baths, wine, and sex ruin our bodies. But what makes life worth living except sex, wine, and baths?
Away from the public eye, Augustus's first successor lived in gloom. The Emperor Tiberius was already 55 when he inherited Rome from his stepfather, and he was a dour, cynical man. Embittered by his years of obscurity, Tiberius now resented the courtiers who once scorned him. He despised their intrigues and obsequious manners. Men fit to be slaves, he muttered as he left the Senate house. Many senators thought little better of Tiberius. They grew to hate him for his cryptic wishes and his unpredictable moods.
What really gets up their noses is that he both demands civility from them and then pretends to be treating them like equals and saying, oh, no, don't be servile, don't flatter me. I don't want this adulation that you offer me. And yet it was clear to them that unless he was flattered. Unless they behaved like slaves, he wasn't actually happy. That's why they called him a hypocrite.
With mutual contempt between senators and Tiberius, the emperor sought counsel outside their ranks in a cavalry officer named Sejanus, a man the ancient historian Tacitus called a small-town cheater.
Sejanus was brazen, with great physical endurance. Outwardly, he appeared honorable, but inside, he nursed a greedy nature.
You have to remember that the Romans could be extraordinarily snobbish. The Romans weren't against social mobility, absolutely, but they hated to see upstarts who they see as getting into power not because they're good, but because they cheat the system, because they worm their way into the favor of the emperors, and they cheat themselves into social standing.
Tiberius gave Sejanus command of the Praetorian Guard, an elite battalion created to keep order and protect the emperor. Sejanus concentrated his troops in a single camp. Billeted in one place, Tacitus says, the Guard enhanced Sejanus's political influence.
When the camp was finished, he insinuated himself into the soldiers' affections, speaking to each man to man. He chose their leaders himself, and to senators he hinted at offices and provincial posts for those who supported him.
Tiberius offered his aide the highest honors. He openly praised Sejanus, calling him the partner of my labors, and Sejanus reveled in the emperor's trust. He would use it to clear a path for his own power and subject Rome to a reign of terror reminiscent of its darkest past. Germanicus, the hero of the army mutiny, was dead. Now, Sejanus warned, the dead man's family was plotting to seize power. Germanicus's widow was parted from her children and sent into exile. In Rome, young Caligula was spared abuse, but his older brothers were less fortunate. Suetonius describes their fate.
Both were judged to be traitors and sentenced to death. One in the basement of the imperial palace, where starvation drove him to eat the stuffing from his pillow. It is believed that the other committed suicide when an executioner came and showed him a noose and the hooks for dragging his corpse through the city. Their ravaged remains were so scattered that it was very difficult to collect them.
This is what's wrong with the system that Augustus established. It's a system that's only as strong as the male member of the family who comes to power is, emotionally and physically. And while there were some very impressive people, most notably Augustus, who assumed this role, there were others who had a great deal wrong with them. And a lot of what was wrong with them was merely living in this household where people are constantly vying for power and favor.
The emperor's aide Sejanus soon widened his purge. He launched treason trials. Rivals were routinely convicted, and according to Tacitus, executed.
It was a time of corruption, greed, and subservience. Not only the elite felt insecure in their positions, but even lower-ranked officials competed to perform foul and slavish acts.
Barely a decade after Augustus had died, the dynasty he founded was failing Rome. The now elderly Tiberius would not, or could not, stop the purge.
Where was Tiberius when the trials and other atrocities and persecutions were going on towards the end of his reign? It's difficult to tell. He had withdrawn from the city because he was tired of the capital and its politics. He may have known of some of the trials that were going on. He may not. He may have simply been duped. How do we know? It's very difficult to tell.
In the year 26, disgusted and insecure, Tiberius had turned his back on Rome and retreated to the island of Capri, an isolated refuge that offered security from his enemies and diversions for his troubled mind.
Once retired to Capri, he set up rooms for his depraved urges.
Perched in one of the 12 cliff-top villas, Tiberius sought release in astrology, in wine, and according to his gossipy biographer Suetonius, in all manner of self-indulgence.
He procured groups of girls and boys known for their sexual inventions. They enacted their unique depravities before him to arouse his failing sex drive. He decorated the bedrooms with erotic paintings, figurines, and Egyptian pornography, so they knew the work they were expected to put out.
Only Sejanus had regular access to the reclusive emperor, and after Tiberius's own son died, only Sejanus enjoyed the emperor's trust. In Rome, he assumed all the powers of his absent patron and ruled with growing autonomy. Sejanus, it seemed, was poised to displace Tiberius himself.
Sejanus had clearly been plotting to secure the emperorship for himself. There's no doubt about that, and he had waged campaigns against members of the imperial family. It's very difficult to know what caused his undoing in the end, because we don't have a complete account.
In the year 31, events took a surprising turn. Tiberius suddenly soured on Sejanus and suddenly embraced Caligula, the only surviving son of his imperial family. Tiberius called Caligula to Capri. Then he sent a secret message to the Senate condemning Sejanus. The ancient historian Cassius Dio tells the story as it was recounted to him.
At sunrise, the emperor's agent climbed the hill where the Senate was convening in the Temple of Apollo. He found Sejanus outside. He consoled him with lies, telling him that he was about to be named next in line. Ecstatic, Sejanus ran into the building.
As the emperor's agent slipped away, Tiberius's letter was read aloud. Line by line, it condemned Sejanus. Slowly, senators inched away.
The presiding officer called Sejanus forward, but he did not obey because he had never taken orders. He was called a second and third time. Then the officer said, "Sejanus, come here." Sejanus answered blankly, "Are you calling me?" He whom they once worshipped, they now led to execution.
Sejanus was strangled. His body was dumped into the river Tiber. In an age of emperors, violence was the only recourse for the aggrieved, and brutality always lurked near the surface.
What we might understand from Sejanus' downfall is that no one was secure within the court system. This was a secretive form of government. Power was pursued by those who were unscrupulous and wanted to wield it, but no one could be secure in his control of power. The emperor could strike down anyone at a moment's notice.
Still in Capri, Tiberius continued the business of government. His rivals had all been destroyed, but so had the chance of stable succession. As Tiberius entered his last years, weary and remote, his only surviving heir was Caligula.
To the official in charge of revenues, it is now nearly 2 years ago that Apollonius made off with my dowry, and he left me with the female child, which we conceived together, in rags.
Although emperors often struck down their political enemies, millions of anonymous people around the empire led less eventful lives. They paid taxes, struggled to support their families, and when problems arose, they appealed to Roman administrators for relief.
My husband has journeyed by boat down to Alexandria, and he has joined himself there to another woman. He has told his father to sell our house. Since I lack even basic nourishment, I ask you to order him to be summoned before you, and to help compel him to return the dowry to me for life's necessities.
Many lived on the brink of ruin. In their towns and cities, in Egypt, Italy, and around the Mediterranean, they endured filthy streets, rampant disease, recurrent famine. Emperors tried to alleviate suffering by offering free grain to some 250,000 Romans, but even this wasn't enough. For many of the nameless poor, feeding their families was an impossible task, especially in the Roman province of Judea, modern-day Israel. There, on the empire's desert fringe, the dry soil supported meager harvests, and Roman taxes added to the burden. The Jews of Judea were fervently religious. Among them was a family from a village near the Sea of Galilee.
In those days, an order was sent by the Emperor Augustus to register the entire world. All went to their own towns.
Long before Tiberius's accession, Augustus had ordered a census. It was an enormous undertaking. From Gaul to Egypt, from Asia to Judea, millions registered with Roman officials.
And Joseph also went from the city of Nazareth in Galilee to be registered with Mary, whom he was to wed and who was expecting a child.
Joseph was a Jewish carpenter. If the birth of his son caught Rome's attention at all, it was only as a statistic. But Jesus, growing to maturity in his father's trade, would leave a legacy more enduring than Augustus himself. A legacy made possible by the extraordinary ferment of the first century. For in this corner of the empire, at this moment in history, Judea was in turmoil. The population had split into hostile factions. Preachers and prophets roamed the countryside, drawing emotional crowds. At the age of 30, Jesus joined one such group and was baptized in the Jordan River. Soon Jesus began a ministry of his own, and like other itinerant preachers of his day, he walked between villages, taking his message to the homes and synagogues of Judea's poor.
No one can serve two masters. You cannot serve God and wealth. And so I say to you, do not worry about what you will eat or what you will drink or about what you will wear. Is life not more than food and the body more than clothes? Behold, the birds in the sky. They neither sow nor reap nor gather into barns, and yet your Father in heaven feeds them. Are you not more precious than they? Blessed are the poor in spirit, for the kingdom of heaven is theirs. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth.
The Roman Empire provides the historical context for Jesus' words and deeds. And without taking that context seriously, much of what we know or even think we know about Jesus becomes inscrutable. Jesus speaks of the rule of God. He speaks of relief and hope for the poor, the dispossessed, the disinherited. He's speaking to a lot of people who meet that description. And he's saying that God is going to do something about their situation, that God is doing something about their situation right now.
Jesus' talk about a kingdom greater than Rome electrified his listeners. But his disciples' astounding claim that Jesus was literally God's son also caused offense, and his demanding terms threatened to unravel thousands of years of social tradition.
Do not think that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I have not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I have come to pit a man against his father, and a daughter against her mother.
Even the people from his own small village were outraged. They drove Jesus out of town. They led him to a cliff and threatened to hurl Jesus over the edge. He escaped, but his ministry continued to draw fire.
But Jesus would say things like to this young man who came to Jesus and said, I want to follow you, but first I have to go and bury my parents. And he said, let the dead bury the dead. You come and follow me. And this was an utterly provocative thing to say in a period where a child's filial responsibility to bury their parents was utterly fundamental.
About the year 33, Jesus traveled to the city of Jerusalem for Passover. He joined throngs of pilgrims from around the world. Pilgrims who arrived with foreign monies, seeking animals to sacrifice at Jerusalem's sacred temple. Jesus was appalled. Commerce, he believed, defiled the holy site.
In the temple, he found people selling cattle, sheep, and doves, and money changers seated for business. Making a whip from cords, he drove them all out of the temple. He also poured out the coins of the money changers and overturned their tables. To those selling the doves, he said, "Take these things out of here. Do not make my Father's house a marketplace."
The outburst enraged religious leaders, but worse, it threatened to disrupt the precarious political stability imposed by Rome. Jesus was arrested, probably for political subversion, and to the Roman governor Pontius Pilate, the sentence was obvious: crucifixion.
I think it's crucial to look at the story of Jesus from the Roman point of view. What did the crucifixion of Jesus look like? It looked like they had justly, through just processes, gotten rid of a rabble-rouser, a criminal, and maintained the Roman peace, maintained stability and social order. But what did the Christians do with this? They turned it on its head, and they made this criminal, who the Romans had justly and rightly put to death, their hero and their God, whom they worshipped. The Romans got that. The Romans understood political subversion when they heard it.
The decision to execute Jesus would launch a religion that would one day subsume the Roman Empire and resonate for millennia to come. But the man who ordered the crucifixion fell quickly from grace. Pontius Pilate's mismanagement soon brought Judea to the brink of revolt, and the Roman governor was ordered home in disgrace. Fate, however, would spare him imperial censure, for as Pilate sailed for Rome, the Emperor Tiberius died.
At the baths, there is no way to escape Monogenes. If you take some towels, he will call them whiter than snow, although they may be dirtier than a baby's lap. As you comb your thin hair, he will say you look like Achilles. He will praise everything, marvel at everything, until, worn down by his boring efforts, you invite him home.
The antics of status-conscious Romans delighted ancient humorists, for in some circles, wheedling a place at a rich man's table was a daily dance, to fail a social disgrace.
My friend swears that he has never dined at home, and that is so. He just doesn't eat without an invitation.
Dinner was an artful affair. Upper-class Romans reclined on couches and were served by slaves. They enjoyed music, poetry, and endless delicacies. But those of more modest means enjoyed more modest amenities, as revealed by graffiti scribbled as comic dialogue 2,000 years ago.
Innkeeper, let's settle my bill.
You owe 1 coin for wine, 1 for bread, and 2 for relish.
Agreed?
The girl you had costs 8 coins.
Yes?
And the hay for your mule is 2 more.
That wretched mule will finish me off.
In the year 37, the empire shifted into a lighter mood, for Caligula, now 25 years old, had become emperor.
By assuming command, Caligula fulfilled the wishes of the Roman people, or should I say, the whole world.
Caligula had suffered mightily from palace intrigue. As the lone survivor of a charismatic father, as the grown mascot of Rome's army, many hoped Caligula would breathe energy into the gloomy city. At first, Caligula lived up to expectations. He recalled exiles and hosted a bonfire where he ceremoniously burned the records of his predecessors' treason trials. But soon, Caligula began to show disturbing eccentricities. 2 years into his rule, Caligula led an army north. When he reached the sea, the emperor prepared to invade Britain, the land that had eluded Julius Caesar. Then, inexplicably, Caligula ordered the legions to gather seashells.
What is going on when Caligula goes up to the North Sea and starts collecting seashells? Well, Caligula had been seriously ill the preceding year. He may or may not have had something like encephalitis. There's also reason to believe that there's some troubled hereditary strain in this family, and that Caligula suffers from, we might want to call it, bipolar behavior.
Tyranny descended on Rome as Caligula's quirks grew into abominations. Once, during a sacred ritual, Caligula was to offer an animal to the gods. But as he raised his mallet to kill the sacrifice, a whim brought it down on the nearby priest. The man died instantly. Caligula dressed in silken and bejeweled robes. He forced senators to grovel on the ground and kiss his feet. He openly seduced their wives at dinner parties, and he discussed the women's sexual performance over dessert.
There's no doubt that Caligula was strange, grotesque, and perhaps even really clinically insane. His reign does show the dangers of hereditary succession within the system that Augustus had founded. Military monarchy of the Augustan kind did work. There's no doubt about that. But its danger was that if an hereditary system was used, you could never guarantee that the ruler of the day was going to be an effective ruler. And certainly with Caligula, we find one emperor who was an absolute disaster.
The disastrous Caligula brought Rome's elite to its knees, and other Roman subjects to the brink of despair.
In Rome, on the far side of the Tiber, there was a large Jewish neighborhood.
The Jewish scholar, Philo, belonged to one of the empire's many religious minorities. Most of the groups, most of the time, had long enjoyed remarkable freedom. The Jews were just one example.
Most were Romans. They were brought into Italy as prisoners of war and had been freed by their masters. But they were not forced to betray the customs of their forefathers. And when Augustus distributed money and grain, the Jews received as much as everyone else.
But Caligula was not Augustus, and in the year 39, in Philo's city of Alexandria, Egypt, all tolerance broke down. Non-Jews put statues of human gods in the city's synagogues. When affronted Jews tore them out, violence erupted.
The mongrel crowd attacked us and ran through our houses, turning out the inhabitants. Huge mobs of men destroyed the meeting houses, setting many fires in their manic, senseless rage. They drove men, women, and children like cattle into small pens, leaving them to starve and suffocate, and others, while still living, they bound with straps around their ankles and dragged them through the market, leaping on them and defiling their corpses.
It was a gruesome tragedy, and it came at an unfortunate time. For emperors alone could mediate such disasters, and the Emperor Caligula was past caring. Philo and some fellow Jews set out to seek an audience. They traveled all the way from northern Egypt to Rome. But when they entered Caligula's presence, they knew their mission was doomed.
When we were brought before him, we bowed to the ground out of humility and offered our hands, calling him the most holy emperor. Growling and snarling, he responded, "Are you those god-haters?"
The emperor was inspecting a villa under renovation. As he flitted from garden to building, the Jewish envoys strained to keep pace.
We followed close behind, up and down, mocked by our enemies. When he had given some orders about the building, he asked us this solemn question: "Why don't you eat pork?" Our adversaries burst into laughter. We began to speak, but with our arguments so abused and ground to dust, we stopped trying and looked forward to nothing but death.
Philo and his companions were not killed, but neither were they successful. As the men consoled each other back in their lodgings, they were staggered by yet another blow. Word came that Caligula had ordered a statue carved showing himself as a god, and planned to erect it in the Temple of Jerusalem, the holiest place for Jews worldwide. It was the ultimate sacrilege, and sure to cause new eruptions of violence.
Those living in and around the holy city, as if answering a single sign, left their homes and rushed as one to the camp of the Roman governor.
Philo says that the elders swore to die on the spot rather than see their temple defiled. But their sacrifice proved unnecessary, for the Jews were not the only ones Caligula had pushed beyond endurance. Back in Rome, soon after their petition arrived, the emperor paid for his misdeeds. Caligula was murdered, killed by his closest aides.
I, an honorably discharged veteran, have made a will. I order that my 2 slave women, over 30 years of age, become free.
Here rests a free handmaiden. This monument testifies to the harmony she shared with her mistress and spouse. Good wishes and goodbye.
Slavery was an abusive and degrading institution, and it had a long history in the ancient world. But in Rome, slavery had a remarkable feature: manumission. Roman owners freed their slaves in considerable numbers. Former slaves could work as craftsmen, midwives, merchants. Sometimes they achieved wealth. But in Rome's status-conscious world, even successful freedmen found the stigma of slavery hard to erase.
We approached the house. At the entrance stood a doorkeeper shelling peas into a silver bowl. Over the door, a magpie squawked a greeting to guests from his golden cage.
The Roman nobleman Petronius had a sharp eye for satire. In his novel, The Satyricon, Petronius lampooned the lifestyle of former slaves by depicting a vulgar dinner party through the eyes of a fictional guest.
We reached the dining room. Boys from Egypt poured cooled water on our hands while others ministered to our feet, removing the hangnails with precision. I began chatting with my neighbor. Who was that woman running here and there? The host's wife, he replied. She counts her money by the bushel. But take care you don't scorn the other freedmen here. They're oozing wealth, too. You see that one reclining at the end of the couch? Today he's worth $800,000. He's newly freed. Not too long ago, he carried wood on his back.
Petronius' Satyricon is a wonderful insight into all sorts of social prejudices in a situation where one of the big phenomena of the 1st century AD is the rise of the freed slave. The desire of the freed slave to become a look-alike real Roman. And the characters in Petronius are these ex-slaves who are all trying it on as Romans. They're dining like Romans, they're bathing like Romans. They're trying to quote bits of ancient literature, mythology, as if they were proper Romans. They get it wrong all the time, socially, subtly wrong, in a way that a Roman aristocrat, such as Petronius, can laugh at them.
In the imperial family, another figure was the object of ridicule. His name was Claudius. In his infancy, Claudius's body was racked by a mysterious illness. To his family's shame, his biographer Suetonius tells us, Claudius was disfigured for the rest of his life.
When he walked, his knees buckled. He had an indecent laugh. And, even more disgusting, when he was angry, spittle flew from his mouth. His nose ran, his tongue stumbled, and his head wobbled with the slightest exertion.
Claudius was the butt of jokes. When he dozed after dinner, guests pelted him with food. They put slippers on his hands and roared with laughter when Claudius awoke, rubbing his face with his shoes. But in the year 41, the laughter suddenly stopped. After the Emperor Caligula was murdered, Claudius became the sole surviving heir of Augustus.
Shut out by those conspiring against Caligula, Claudius retired to private rooms. Not much later, after news of the murder, he crept out, terrified, to a nearby sunroom and hid himself in the curtains. A soldier happened to notice his feet. Claudius fell to his knees in fear. But the soldier recognized him and hailed Claudius emperor.
Claudius is a strangely sympathetic figure to us, and partly that's because he was turned into such a figure of fun by his contemporaries that it's hard not to try to see beyond what they were laughing at and see a quite serious figure trying to do something sensible.
Claudius would surprise everyone. The unlikely emperor rose every morning just after midnight to begin work. He passed laws protecting sick slaves. He increased women's privileges. He apologized to petitioners for the lack of chairs. This sort of behavior, Suetonius reports, endeared him to the people. Surprising gestures were followed by stunning acts. Succeeding where the great Julius Caesar had failed, Claudius finally established Roman rule in Britain. It was the foremost addition to the empire since Augustus's death. But there was more. For centuries, the Roman Senate had resisted new blood. In the year 48, Claudius argued that men from Gaul, modern France, be seated amongst them.
Why did Sparta and Athens Athens fall, though mighty in arms, if not because they kept their subjects segregated. Now that the Gauls have joined with us in marriage and culture, let them add their gold and wealth to ours, rather than keep it to themselves. What we do today will set an example for the future.
The old order was defiant. He was determined, one senator sneered, to see all Greeks, Gauls, Spaniards, and Britons wearing the toga. But Claudius won the day. The empire took another step toward integration. It was a solid victory, but it would be followed by anguish, for Claudius was no less vulnerable to intrigue than those who preceded him. In fact, Tacitus tells us, he was more so.
And this was the end of his ignorance towards matters in his own house.
In the eyes of many, Claudius's weak spot was his wife, Messalina. The emperor adored her, but she did not return his devotion. Instead, Messalina indulged her passions, for luxury, and for affairs with palace servants. Claudius always looked away, but in the year 48, the affairs of Messalina suddenly turned sinister. She took a new lover, this time a nobleman, and her affair was widely thought to signal a coup in the making. Act fast, a loyal freedman urged Claudius, or her new man controls Rome. Claudius rushed back to the capital and ordered his guards to kill Messalina's lover. The empress fled to a friend's villa to compose an appeal. Claudius's anger began to wane, but his freedman took no chances.
He told their guards and their commander to kill Messalina. A freedman was chosen to carry out the deed. Rushing ahead of the officers, he found her cowering on the ground, with her mother sitting nearby. She had often disapproved of her daughter, but was now overcome by pity. Life is past, she said, and there is nothing left but to seek an honorable death. But there was no honor in that spirit so corrupted with lust. The doors gave way to the oncoming attack. The commander stood before her in silence as he delivered the fatal blow.
Claudius was hosting a dinner party when news reached him that his wife had died. Without asking whether it was suicide or murder, he called for more wine. Claudius, Rome's most improbable ruler, had salvaged, even enhanced the empire of Augustus. But he too held a wolf by the ears, and in the years ahead, Claudius would begin to lose his grip.
Rome seemed to own the world. Her empire stretched from Scotland to the Sahara. Her army controlled 3 continents. 50 million people lived under her laws. Rome's empire was the greatest political prize the world had ever seen. This is the story of those who would do anything to win it. It's a warm spring night in 82 BC, and Rome is struggling to control one of its generals. Lucius Cornelius Sulla has camped 50,000 soldiers just outside the city to intimidate his opponents in Rome. Sulla is a cunning politician and a brilliant general. He's returning from a successful 4-year campaign in the East and is used to getting his way. He meets with the Roman Senate and demands they give his soldiers land as a reward for their conquests. For the first time in Roman history, a general is bullying the government. The senators refuse. At issue is the very future of the Roman state. Can Rome's civilian government control the ambition of her generals? Or will brute force triumph over the rule of law? That night, Sulla posted his answer. Lists of his political enemies with cash rewards next to their names. Sulla had tried to persuade his opponents. Now he promised to kill them. It was a bloodbath. Thousands died.
Husbands were slaughtered in the embraces of their wives, sons in the arms of their mothers. And those who were killed in the passion of the moment were as nothing compared with those who were just butchered for the sake of their property. Plutarch.
Sulla's reign of terror only lasted 4 years, but a fatal precedent had been set. A general had returned from war and persuaded a Roman army to help him seize power in Rome. Yet 400 years earlier, Romans had dreamed of something very different. When Rome was nothing more than a village on the banks of the river Tiber, Romans made a revolutionary commitment that would change the course of history. After years of tyranny under Etruscan kings, they dreamed of a government based on restraint, trust, and the rule of law. In 509 BC, they created the Roman Republic, the world's first representative government. SPQR, Senatus Populus Quae Romanus. The Senate and the people of Rome was its motto. The Republic was a bold experiment in communal government. Wealthy and poor farmers agreed to share power. The rich served as Rome's leaders, the poor as her soldiers. In return, everyone had a say in how the government was run. Romans knew the key to the Republic's success was responsible leadership. And in Gaius Quintius Cincinnatus, they found a legendary role model. The Senate granted Cincinnatus, a Roman landowner, absolute power to defend Rome from an aggressive local tribe. He accepted the position and defeated the enemy. 14 days later, he voluntarily resigned and humbly went back to work on his farm. His sense of duty, sacrifice, and loyalty to the state embodied everything the new republic stood for. Roman Republic has served as a model for Western democracies ever since. Everything from its public architecture to its political rituals is strangely familiar. Once a year, the whole city would turn out to vote for its leaders. Competition for the consulship, the most important public office, was intense.
The election of a consul in the Roman Republic is like the election of the American president. You call people friends who you would not normally call friends. You shake hands, you kiss babies. And what you're trying to do is to get a bandwagon going, to appear a winner. And very gradually, as in American presidential elections, people drop by the wayside. Something goes wrong with their campaign.
The remaining candidates then turn to their spin doctors.
If it can be managed at all, there should be scandalous talk of character, about the crimes, lusts, and briberies of your competitors. Quintus.
It was up to the senators to ensure that politics didn't get too frivolous. They were the guardians of Rome's traditions.
The Roman Senate and the American Senate are the two greatest senates of all time. Roman senators got no pay. They serve for the honor of serving their state as a senator. The Senate was intended to be made up of old men, not the swiftest of the swift or the strongest of the strong, but the wisest of the wise. Why were they wise? Why were they the wisest of the wise? Because they were old men. They had experience.
Under their watchful eye, the young republic fostered a sense of civic pride, the foundation of Rome's empire. Her volunteer army carried Roman power to unimaginable places. By the 2nd century BC, Rome was mistress of the Mediterranean. Yet beneath the surface of Rome's success lurked serious contradictions. Women had few rights, and it was never one man, one vote. Elections were always rigged in favor of the wealthy. Political equality was never a Roman ideal. They lived in a world of extremes. While the rich redefined the meaning of decadence, 95% of the people struggled below the poverty line. This social imbalance would fuel the most disruptive tradition in Republican Rome: patronage. Every morning at dawn, the poor gathered in the courtyards of the rich. These wealthy patrons saw to the needs of their clients. Some needed work, others legal advice. In return, clients promised patrons their vote at election time. But Rome's great patrons were also Rome's great politicians, and obligations to their clients often clouded their duty to the state. Loyalty was divided, and the ideals of the Republic compromised. The conflict between patronage and politics was set to explode. A small group of wealthy families ruled Rome. Notoriously conservative, they protected their own interests and quietly resisted reform, until one of their own broke the code of silence. Tiberius Gracchus was born to privilege. grandson of Scipio Africanus, conqueror of Hannibal, and son of Cornelia, an intelligent, ambitious woman who poured her ideals into her two sons, Tiberius and Gaius. She told him she was tired of being called the daughter of her father, Scipio. She wanted to be known as the mother of her sons. In 143 BC, the young Tiberius left Rome to join the army in Spain. It was a very disturbing journey.
While Tiberius was traveling through Italy, he saw for himself how the country had been deserted by its native inhabitants, and how those who tilled the soil or tended the flocks were barbarian slaves introduced from abroad. But it was above all the people themselves who did most to arouse Tiberius's energy and ambitions, calling upon him to recover the public land for the poor. Plutarch.
The ambitious aristocrat had found his cause. In the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC, the Roman Empire had more than doubled in size. The conquering soldiers were still volunteers, poor Roman citizens who owned small farms. When the Roman Empire was small, this citizens' militia had worked well. Men served for only part of each year, coming home regularly to work their farms. But getting home to harvest became impossible as the empire grew and armies were conquering faraway lands in Africa or Asia or Northern Europe.
If you're serving abroad for years and years in a long process of imperial conquest, the result is that when you put down your sword at the end of the campaign, there is no plowshare left, because your brother nicked it ages ago, and it wasn't just your brother, it's the big landlord next door who's extended his estate. So that you do have very large numbers of people who don't have land to return to.
Their new estates netted the Roman aristocracy obscene profits, which they used to buy foreign slaves to work the land. So when veterans returned from war, they'd lost their land to the wealthy and their jobs to slaves. Tiberius Gracchus promised to change all that.
The wild beasts that roam over Italy have their dens and holes to lurk in. But the men who fight and die for our country enjoy the common air and light and nothing else. It is their lot to wander with their children, houseless and homeless over the face of the earth. The truth is that our soldiers fight and die to protect the wealth and luxury of others. They are called the masters of the world, but they don't possess a single clod of earth which is truly their own. Gracchus.
Gracchus proposed something radical. The government should divide public land among Rome's homeless. The senators were horrified. His plan threatened their own huge estates and also their political livelihood. If passed, it would make Tiberius Gracchus the patron of Rome's massive underclass. He'd be the most powerful man in Rome.
The story of Tiberius Gracchus is the Roman aristocrat who cheats. He does the thing that they've all got a little convention among themselves. There's some things you do, there's some things you don't do. And you don't bust the system by going straight to the people and offering them things. You can see it as breaking a system of patronage.
The Roman elite panicked. A group of senators confronted Gracchus as he was speaking to his supporters. In a fit of rage, They beat him to death with the chairs they were sitting on. Rome's boldest reformer was then dumped into the river Tiber. Yet Gracchus had revolutionized Roman politics. By championing the needs of the poor, Gracchus had shown how an ambitious aristocrat could outmaneuver his conservative peers. But people power would do more than divide Rome's leaders. Ultimately, it would threaten the Republic. By the beginning of the 1st century BC, the Roman Republic was imploding. Roman values were under siege. Slave revolts stunned Sicily and Italy. Something had to give. The collapsing republic found an unlikely supporter. Born in a wool-dyeing shop in central Italy in 106 BC, Marcus Tullius Cicero dedicated his life to opposing the greed and violence that threatened his world. He was a self-made man, earning a name for himself as an orator and lawyer in Rome, relying on his eloquence and intelligence to outwit wealthier opponents. Cicero believed the key to the Republic's future was in her past. There, Cicero saw the image of Cincinnatus and the ideals of restraint and self-sacrifice he embodied. But there was another role model. Romulus, Rome's legendary founder, who was reared by a savage wolf and killed his own brother in a struggle for power. In legend, greed and treachery were Rome's founding virtues, and they threatened to be the most enduring.
I would rather be the first man in a barbarian village than the second man in Rome. Julius Caesar.
Rome's most notorious citizen was born to wealthy parents in 100 BC. As with all young Roman aristocrats, Julius Caesar had a strong sense of destiny. As a child, he dared to claim he was descended from the goddess Venus. Caesar's first official post was as a military officer in Spain. There, the 30-year-old Caesar stared at a statue of Alexander the Great. How had he achieved nothing, he wept, when at his age, Alexander had conquered the world? Roman politicians had always staged huge spectacles to impress the voters. In 63 BC, Caesar outdid them all. 640 gladiators fought to the death at his first public games. It was an unprecedented display of power.
He was lavish in his spending. He purchased a short-lived fame at great expense. Plutarch.
But Caesar knew there were two secrets to gaining power in Rome. One was playing to the people. Commanding a successful army was the other. In 59 BC, Caesar became military commander over Gaul, modern-day France. 9 years later, 1 million Gauls were dead or enslaved. It was a flagrant act of genocide. Caesar would now summon the ghost of Sulla, Rome's first warlord. Like Sulla, Caesar was returning from war with an army loyal to him, not Rome. Like Sulla, Caesar wanted something the Republic could never allow. In January 49 BC, Caesar committed the ultimate act of treachery. Following in Sulla's footsteps, he persuaded a Roman army to cross the Rubicon and march into Rome.
The monstrosity of Caesar's character is concealed in his gay and friendly manner. No one knows what to do. If we resist, there will probably be bloodshed. Cicero.
The Senate quickly chose Pompey, conqueror of the East, to defend the Republic. But Caesar wanted absolute power, even at the price of civil war. Rome's two greatest generals met in Greece.
Brother against brother, eagle against eagle, flag against flag. Citizens, what is this madness? Lucan.
Pompey was no match for Caesar and his brutal fighting force. He fled to Egypt, but was eventually captured by Caesar's spies. The fate of the Republic hung in the balance. But Caesar had other things on his mind. In Egypt, in 48 BC, he met the young Queen of the Nile, Cleopatra. They fell in love and had a child. Cleopatra persuaded Caesar to help her overthrow her brother and gain the throne of Egypt. Then, in 46 BC, she accompanied Caesar back to Rome.
Cleopatra represented for the Romans every threat you can imagine. She was African, a woman, beautiful, she was powerful. You find her seducing Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar, who conquered the Gauls, who was this great soldier, who was this politician, who wanted to be the dictator in Rome. Cleopatra reminded them of their vulnerability, and that frightened them very, very much.
Vulnerability was not something Caesar understood. Veni, vidi, vici. I came, I saw, I conquered, was the motto of his dazzling return to the city. That evening, he threw a banquet for 22,000 of Rome's poorest citizens. Hypnotized, the people did the unthinkable. They voluntarily voted Caesar the absolute powers of a dictator. Caesar then shocked everyone. He used his total control not for revenge, but social reform. Like Gracchus, Caesar gave the Roman poor what they wanted. He made sure no Roman citizen ever went hungry. He gave grain to the poor and land to his soldiers, paid for by himself. Caesar, the benign dictator, was incredibly popular. Like Gracchus, he was a little too popular for some.
Here was a man who was desperate to be king of the Roman people, master of the whole world. A man who believes such an ambition to be morally right must be insane. Cicero.
In February 44 BC, he went too far. Caesar asked the people to elect him dictator for life. To accept absolute power forever was an open insult to his Republican peers. Cicero was disgusted and retired from political life in protest. The Senate wasn't so meek. They invited Caesar to explain his actions. It was the Ides of March. By mid-morning, the crisis was over. At the foot of a statue of Pompey lay Caesar's body, stabbed 35 times. Rome's poor were outraged. At Caesar's funeral, they lit torches from the pyre and set fire to the houses of the assassins. That night, a comet blazed across the sky. It seemed an omen. Julius Caesar, the champion of the poor. The citizens of Rome declared him a god. That changed everything. For the poor had made it clear they valued the gifts of a dictator more than the empty promises of a republic.
You could get rid of Caesar, but you couldn't get rid of Caesarism. As Cicero says at one point, it's a strange thing, we've killed the man and confirmed everything that he's done, because you couldn't do away with it. And in fact, those last years after Caesar's murder are not about the destruction of the Republic. The Republic was destroyed by Caesar. It's simply about who's going to replace Caesar.
Two rivals came forward to vie for the dead dictator's absolute power. Octavian, Caesar's 18-year-old son-in-law and heir, and Mark Antony, Caesar's closest friend and ally, no stranger to the politics of intimidation. In 43 BC, Antony raised an army and surrounded the Senate. The Republic was once again under siege. Cicero came out of retirement to attack Antony. He thought Octavian was the Republic's last chance. Cicero confronted Antony in the Senate.
Your ambition to reign is as fierce as Caesar's. I would gladly offer my own body if my death could redeem the freedom of our nation.
Antony took Cicero at his word, and 2 months later, his thugs murdered the Republic's boldest defender. His hands were cut off and put on public display in Rome. Its conscience dead, the Roman Republic was in crisis. In 33 BC, 10 years after the assassination of Julius Caesar, Mark Antony and Octavian were still fighting for control of the Roman world. The ghost of civil war was back. The Roman people were desperate for a change.
The rule of a single man is the only remedy for a country in turmoil. Tacitus.
Octavian finally defeated Antony in 31 BC to become the undisputed ruler of the entire Roman world. But his greatest victory would be one of statesmanship. Octavian was poised to redefine the very meaning of power in Rome. He understood patronage was the secret to control in Roman society. With Rome's vast treasury at his disposal, he set about making every Roman his client, obligated to him, the universal patron. Octavian handed out huge cash bonuses to Rome's army. He now had the undivided loyalty of over 400,000 soldiers. He then played to the people like never before, increasing the grain handout and building huge aqueducts to bring fresh water to Rome's poor. Octavian then focused on the most important ritual of all. He staged the most lavish games Rome had ever seen. Wild beasts and gladiators fought for days in the packed arena. Seduced, the people voted him all the power he asked for. The Roman Senate then stunned everyone. In 27 BC, they allowed Octavian what they had denied Caesar, the constitutional right to absolute power for life. Octavian took the name Augustus, the sacred one. Rome, once a bastion of open government, had willingly become an empire, ruled by a single man. Octavian Augustus had become the Roman Empire's first emperor. "2,000 years later, Benito Mussolini, Rome's last fascist dictator, styled himself on Rome's first emperor in revealing ways. Like Augustus, Mussolini seized power by force. Like Mussolini, Augustus forced a consensus through intimidation. But for the vast majority of people in the Roman Empire, that didn't matter. For them, Augustus was a savior. He offered the peace and stability they had craved for nearly a century. From the Atlantic to the Euphrates, from Spain to Syria, people were free to think about something other than war. It was the Pax Romana, Rome's golden age, the longest period of peace Europe has ever known. Yet the architect of peace would never enjoy his own triumph. For Augustus was obsessed by a question that plagued all Roman emperors. What would happen in Rome when he died? The dilemma of dynastic succession would haunt Augustus for the rest of his life. His marriage to Livia had produced no male heirs. The burden of producing one fell on his young daughter, Julia. Augustus carefully selected her partners. Julia was married first to her cousin, Marcellus, but he died tragically at the age of 19. She was then married to Marcus Agrippa, her father's military advisor. He was 30 years older than her. He died too. Finally, Julia was paired with Tiberius, her own stepbrother. The only thing they shared was a mutual dislike for each other's company. Poor Julia was overwhelmed by the arranged marriages. Inevitably, she looked elsewhere for intimacy. Rome's gossip mongers had a field day.
His daughter was shameless beyond imagination. She had been accessible to scores of lovers. The very forum in which her father had proposed a law against adultery she had chosen for her debauchery. She daily resorted to the life of a whore, selling her favors to even unknown lovers. Seneca.
Augustus was trapped. 10 years earlier, he'd passed draconian laws banning adultery, on punishment of exile or death. the emperor was forced to banish his own daughter to an island off the coast of Italy. Julia was never allowed to return to Rome. The pressures of dynastic succession had claimed its first victim. Rome's first emperor eventually died in 14 AD at the age of 76. He'd ruled Rome peacefully for over 40 years.
I restored, I completed, I built, I gave. Augustus.
Augustus had given Rome a sense of pride, stability, and prosperity. Yet he'd failed to provide what every dynasty needs most: a sense of security. Imperial power seized by force could always be lost to force. Insecurity plagued Augustus's successors, and their paranoid delusions would be the undoing of his dynasty. Ironically, the biggest threat came from the Praetorian Guard, the elite troops meant to protect emperors, not kill them. Problems soon surfaced in the reign of Tiberius, Rome's second emperor, who struggled in the shadow of Augustus throughout his reign. In 23 AD, after 9 years on the throne, Tiberius retired to the island of Capri, exhausted by the pressure of power in Rome.
Anyone who holds power is challenged all the time. Tiberius said, holding on to power is like holding on to a wolf by its ears. You know, it's this thing that can come round and bite you at any moment.
Tiberius left Rome in the care of Sejanus, his trusted Praetorian commander. But Sejanus did not want to help the emperor. He wanted to be emperor. And with Tiberius away from Rome, he played on the emperor's paranoia. Sejanus told Tiberius conspiracies existed all over Rome, but they were just a smokescreen to justify the murder of anyone who stood between him and the imperial throne. He even imprisoned the emperor's family. Oblivious, Tiberius made Sejanus his co-consul in 31 AD. The truth finally reached Capri. The emperor acted quickly. He invited Sejanus to the Senate, promising a promotion. But it wasn't a letter of promotion. It was a warrant for his arrest. Sejanus never made it to trial. His treachery highlighted a fundamental problem in imperial Rome. Everyone knew that the Praetorian Guard watched over the emperor. But who watched over the Praetorian Guard? Tiberius responded just in time. Caligula, his successor, wouldn't be so lucky. Rome's third emperor was notoriously brash, particularly towards the Senate. But Caligula is best remembered for another relationship with his racehorse, Incitatus. The emperor gave the horse a marble house and an ivory bed. He regularly invited the horse to dinner in the imperial palace and even threw huge parties for him. But Caligula topped everything when he recommended his horse be elected consul, the leading magistrate in Rome. To some people, it was more than the whim of a madman.
Say you're sitting in the White House, and as usual, Congress is being difficult, And you want to say, I want to go in front of the American people, and I want as president to demonstrate my contempt for Congress. And how am I going to do that? I'm going to make my dog a congressman. I'm going to say to the American people, I value the Congress and what they have to say as much as I do what my dog says when it barks. So when Caligula made his horse a consul, that's a fantastically clever political insult to the Senate.
Rome's rich and powerful were not so impressed. On the 24th of January, 41 AD, they bribed the Praetorian Guard to murder the emperor. But they wouldn't have killed Caligula if they knew of the horror to come. By the middle of the 1st century AD, Romans thought the worst had passed. Yet Nero, Rome's 6th emperor, would change all that. In the beginning, they were just rumors.
Nero practiced every kind of obscenity, and after defiling almost every part of his body, he finally invented a novel game. He was released from a cage dressed in the skins of wild animals and attacked the private parts of men and women who stood bound to stakes. Suetonius.
Had imperial power gone mad?
Romans see their past as this mixture of heroes and villains. And don't forget, it's senators who are writing the history. This history is not straight reportage of objective fact. This is a political battle between the aristocracy and the emperors. It's in the aristocrats' interest to belittle emperors. They can't belittle them while they're alive. They belittle them while they're dead.
But Nero was as much a victim of imperial power as its villain. His father died when he was only 3. He was brought up by his overbearing mother Agrippina, who had one ambition: to make her son emperor. The young Nero never shared her passion for the throne. As a child, he showed more interest in art than politics, but his mother deliberately ridiculed his musical talents. In 54 AD, at the tender age of 16, Nero became an unwilling emperor. He began by doing what emperors were supposed to do. He provided for the poor, building massive public baths and handing out cash to every Roman citizen. Rome, it seemed, was in capable hands, but whose hands were they? Agrippina still exercised a humiliating influence over her son. She minted coins that showed her next to the emperor. Nero was furious. He turned to the one thing he loved and thought he was good at: the theater. Yet Rome's performing artists were normally slaves, courtesans, or foreigners, never emperors.
How could one endure to hear, let alone see, a Roman, a senator, a Caesar, an emperor named on the program as a contestant? In putting on the mask of an actor, he has thrown off the dignity of his sovereignty. Cassius Dio.
When Agrippina joined the public outcry, Nero snapped. He immediately banished his mother from Rome. But distance did not solve the problem. Agrippina's repeated criticism incensed Nero. In a fit of anger, he asked the Praetorian Guard to silence his mother once and for all. Romans were appalled. It was their first glimpse of the emperor's brooding insecurity. Nero scrambled to resurrect his public image.
What Nero then does is a very dangerous experiment in playing to the people, because he plays in ways which traditionally have been defined as beyond the pale. To perform as a charioteer is definitely breaking all sorts of status barriers. And yet the charioteers are the pop stars of the day.
Nero's antics seem to have saved him. In 64 AD, a huge fire swept through Rome, destroying a third of the city. Half the population was left homeless. Nero's response was equally tragic. In the ashes of the devastated city, he built a massive 50-acre palace. His golden house had lavish gardens and huge lakes, even a private zoo. The emperor finally had what he'd always wanted, a peaceful retreat from political life. Rumors quickly circulated that the emperor had intentionally started the fire to clear space for his new palace. Nero panicked. He frantically searched for a scapegoat and settled on an obscure cult that had recently arrived in Rome.
Nero substituted as culprits and punished with the utmost refinements of cruelty a class loathed for their vices, who the crowd called Christians. Vast numbers were convicted, and derision accompanied their end. They were covered with wild beast skins and torn to death by dogs, or were fastened to crosses and burned to serve as lamps by night. Tacitus.
Most Romans felt sympathy for the victims. Nero's propaganda exercise had clearly failed. Once again, he took refuge in his own artistic fantasies and set off on a singing tour of Greece.
The Greeks alone are worthy of my efforts. They really listen to music. Nero.
Not surprisingly, the most powerful man in the world won every competition he entered. The emperor bribed judges and forced audiences to sit through every performance.
No one was allowed to leave the theatre during recitals, however pressing the reason. We read of women in the audience giving birth, and of men being so bored with listening and applauding that they shammed death and were carried away to burial. Suetonius.
Romans were outraged by Nero's indulgence and incompetence. On June 9th, 68 AD, the Senate declared Nero a public enemy and sentenced him to death. But Nero chose a far more theatrical end. He took his own life. His final words,
"What an artist the world is losing."
It was the end of Rome's first imperial dynasty. Augustus had ruled with restraint. Tiberius had ruled with indifference. Nero hadn't really ruled at all. The tragic demise of Rome's first imperial dynasty would echo for centuries to come. There would be emperors in Rome for another 400 years. But their dynasties would all rule with the same rhythm of power. Like Augustus, they'd start off promising the best of times. Their generosity would give Rome its grandeur. Their armies would guarantee the empire its peace. But like Nero, their reigns would end in catastrophe. Excess would undermine Rome's greatness. Delusions would condemn millions to die. Power and glory, the curse of imperial Rome.
My mind trembles to remember, but I will begin. The earth had been shaking for many days. We weren't very frightened because that's common here. But by night, the tremors had grown so strong that everything shook and fell.
In the twilight of the 1st century, the Roman Empire shook to its foundations.
The buildings around trembled with such force that we were sure to die if we stayed. As we fled, I took my mother's hand. The sea swallowed itself and then hurled back a huge wave. You could hear women wailing, babies bawling, and men shouting. A few were so afraid of death, they prayed it would come soon.
The author would survive the eruption of Mount Vesuvius, but other disasters would rock his life, and the lives of millions around the empire. For as the 1st century passed its midpoint, civil war would be unleashed, and despotism would once again stalk the capital city. Many wondered if Rome would collapse after a century of glory, if the years of eruption would destroy the Roman Empire in the 1st century. As the year 68 unfolded, the city of Rome was approaching a century of unbroken peace. Prosperity reigned, and dangerous times seemed buried in history as people pursued lives of comfortable routine. They rose at dawn and prepared to make or receive morning visits. Women used cosmetics of mineral and ash and imported perfumes. The more affluent dressed in dazzling colors, wore fine jewelry, and elaborate hairstyles. Fashion required men be clean-shaven, but according to one ancient humorist, the tools of the day made fashion a painful pursuit.
These scars on my chin make me look like an old boxer. They were not made by my wife in a fit of anger, but by the criminal hand and evil razor of my barber. The billy goat is the only animal to have the courage to wear a beard and avoid the blade.
Such peaceful vanities, however, were swept aside in 68 AD, the year the Emperor Nero was overthrown. And with him, the dynasty that had ruled Rome for a century. The revolt had begun in Gaul and spread quickly to Spain. The imperial army posted there rose up and marched toward Rome. Nero committed suicide. The empire echoed with the fury of civil war. Generals worldwide wondered if they too should enter the fray. In the province of Judea, one man was already hardened by battle. His name was Vespasian, and he was one of the empire's most successful generals. For 3 years, Vespasian had been fighting to suppress a local revolt. With victory in sight, Vespasian's ambitions suddenly turned in directions unprecedented for a man of his station.
Vespasian was not from the old aristocracy. His family comes from a small town not very far from Rome, but a world away in social class. His father and grandfather had been tax collectors and soldiers, and he himself liked to put on the image of a man of the people, a man of the camp, a man who is one with his soldiers.
Vespasian's troops urged him to seize power. Soldiers in other provinces backed him too. Emboldened by the opportunity, Vespasian directed them to march on the capital. Vespasian's advanced troops began in the Balkans. They rounded the Adriatic Sea and descended on Rome. Upon reaching Italy, they found themselves face to face with the enemy. And for the first time in 100 years, the enemy were fellow Romans. The historian Cassius Dio describes the tragedy.
They fought as if against foreigners and not kinsmen. Even when night fell, they would not relent. But whenever the moon broke through the shifting clouds, you could see exhausted opponents talking. While over here some battled on, over there others rested, leaning on their swords. Occasionally one would take another aside and say, "Fellow soldier, citizen, what are we doing? Why are we fighting? Defect to my side." The other would reply, "No, indeed, you come to mine." And so they spent the night alternately fighting and talking until sunrise.
In the morning, Vespasian's forces gained the upper hand. They cut down their countrymen, ransacked a nearby town, and inflamed by blood and plunder, they closed on Rome. Soon the empire's capital was a battleground for competing armies, and Rome's civilians were caught in the middle.
The city of Rome was under siege, and the inhabitants were fighting or fleeing or even joining the looting, hoping that they may be taken for invaders and save their lives.
Some 50,000 were killed. Vespasian's forces won the day, and the feeble Senate ratified the result. Vespasian, a rustic man of the camp, was now emperor of Rome.
The Civil War revealed the dirty secret of the empire, that power really rested on military force. Anyone who had sufficient military might at his back could make a run at the imperial throne. And any emperor in the future would have to bear that in mind.
Rome was now a military dictatorship, and the empire's citizens braced for an uncertain future.
Greetings, my friend. I write to you in deepest sadness. The younger daughter of our mutual friend, Fundanus, has died.
Pliny the Younger was a witness to his age. His letters, published during his lifetime, show Pliny striving to reconcile with turbulent times in his public and private life.
I've never seen a girl more cheerful and friendly, more worthy of long life. Barely 14, she blended virginal modesty with the wisdom and dignity of a mature woman. And her early death was all the more tragic, since she was soon to marry a fine young man. The day had been chosen and the invitation sent. Such joy has turned to such sorrow.
Pliny was just a child during Rome's civil wars. He was born into a wealthy family from the countryside of northern Italy. Far from the capital, he was spared the immediate violence of war, but he was not spared personal tragedy. His own father died while young Pliny was still a boy. It was a life-changing blow, but it was hardly unusual. Apart from the hazards of war, many Romans died young from infectious disease, famine, and women from childbirth. Funerals and mourning were painful staples of daily life, and ancient monuments immortalize the timeless emotion of loss.
Here I'm laid to rest. I lived 27 years and was married for 16. I was a faithful wife who gave birth to 6 children. Only one survives me.
To my most beloved wife, who lived with me for 18 years and gave me no cause for complaint. But now I complain, and I beg you, spirits, to return my wife to me, that I may not experience such criminal separation any longer.
These were laments young Pliny could easily understand, for the events of Pliny's childhood taught him early and well that life was fleeting. Fame, he concluded, was the only tonic. By chronicling his times, Pliny hoped he might shape the empire's legacy and write his own.
Death seems bitter and premature for those composing timeless works. My own mortality, my own writings come to mind. No doubt the same thoughts frighten you. While life is with us, we must struggle to make our mark, so that death finds little it can wipe away.
While Pliny confronted the precarious nature of first-century life, the new Emperor Vespasian was in Egypt, confronting the realities of late-century politics. His troops controlled Rome, but Vespasian knew that Egypt was a key to supremacy. He needed to control Rome's food supply, the grain growing along the Nile. He needed to control the armies stationed there. And he needed the aura of grandeur that Egyptian culture readily supplied.
The unexpected and still new emperor lacked authority and majesty, but both these traits were offered to him.
The biographer Suetonius recalled the new emperor's awkward first steps towards a new persona.
As Vespasian held court before a large audience, 2 men approached. They begged Vespasian to cure their afflictions. They told him a dream had predicted that sight would return if Vespasian spit in the blind man's eyes, that the other would walk if Vespasian's heel touched his lame leg. The emperor was dubious and at first refused, but his friends persuaded him to try, openly, before the crowd. To Vespasian's amazement, the invalids were cured.
All emperors needed legitimacy, they needed authority, they needed some sign that their power came from outside, had the will of the gods behind it. And it's very common to have miracle-type stories hovering around emperors. Vespasian particularly, because he comes to power from nowhere. He's not part of the reigning dynasty. He needs these signs of authority.
Vespasian embraced his newfound stature, but he knew image alone could not hold the empire together, that his real power came from the military, and nothing would cement it more surely than a foreign victory. Vespasian fast returned his attention to Judea, to the province he left in haste the year before. Judea was still aflame. For 5 long years, the Jewish population had been waging a full-scale war of independence against Rome. The revolt showed stunning audacity and brought staggering costs. By the year 70, Roman forces had reduced much of Judea to smoldering ruins. The Jewish army had been decimated, and the few surviving rebels were now besieged inside the walled city of Jerusalem, with one notable exception. His name was Josephus.
Josephus was a Jewish aristocrat. He was educated as a Pharisee. He was very much a freedom fighter for his people and a military leader. But he became convinced, or perhaps convinced himself, that God was on the Roman side in this battle, in this war.
Just months before, Josephus had been a rebel fighter, but he had been captured and changed sides. Now he operated freely in the Roman camp outside Jerusalem's walls, and he offered useful information to the invading army. Josephus's former allies, even his own family, were still besieged inside the city. But on the Romans' behalf, Josephus now urged his fellow Jews to surrender.
I circled the wall. I begged them to spare themselves, their country, and their temple. They knew Roman strength was irresistible. What land had escaped the Romans? Fortune's favor had turned to Rome, and God was now in Italy. You stubborn men! Throw down your weapons and pity your collapsing city. My family is trapped inside with you. Perhaps you think that's why I urge surrender, but kill them. Take my blood as the price for your salvation. I too am ready to die if that will teach you sense.
The defenders ignored his appeal. The Roman noose continued to tighten. Roman soldiers stripped the countryside of trees for miles around. They built a giant siege tower to scale the Jewish fortress. But supply tunnels dug by the rebels had weakened Jerusalem's walls. To the amazement of all, one of them suddenly collapsed. And the astonished Romans flooded in. Romans and Jews fought face to face through the narrow, winding streets. Soon the surviving Jews were driven back into their last bastion, the walled sanctuary of Jerusalem's sacred temple, deep inside the city.
The temple was the symbol of the faith, and not just for the Jews who happened to live in Jerusalem. This was true of the Jews all over the Mediterranean, most of whom had never been to Jerusalem, had never seen the temple, but for whom it was the emblem of continuity of Judaism.
However sacred, the walls of the temple could not withstand the onslaught. A Roman soldier flung some burning wood into the temple grounds. Immediately, the temple burst into flames, and Roman troops invaded. Josephus witnessed the massacre.
Passion alone took charge. Flight and death were everywhere. Most of those killed were unarmed citizens, butchered wherever they were caught. Around the holy altar, corpses piled up and slid in a river of blood down the steps. The cries of the stricken spread everywhere. I can imagine nothing more horrifying than those cries.
The rebellion was broken. Thousands died. But for many Jews, the fate of the temple was even more devastating than the human carnage. With no place to conduct their timeless rituals, the Jews of Jerusalem braced for the extinction of their religion. But Judaism would not die. Jews outside Jerusalem would keep their practices and memories alive. Ironically, one of them was Josephus. The rebel collaborator followed the conquering army back to Rome, even became a Roman citizen. But he did not abandon his heritage. Perhaps to ease his conscience, Josephus would dedicate his remaining life to recording the events he had witnessed. He would become one of the great chroniclers of Jewish history.
Recently, I have spent all my time among writing tablets and books. How is that possible with the races on, you ask? They're not the kind of spectacle I find tempting. I marvel that thousands are so childish and long to see again and again, galloping horses pulling men standing in chariots.
While Judea burned, the empire's capital returned to the rhythms of peace, and Pliny to the rhythms of a young Roman gentleman. Pliny and his widowed mother had moved to Rome. Only the capital, his family decided, could provide the boy a suitable education. But writing later, the bookish newcomer found Rome a city of contrasts, both richly endowed and wasteful with its culture.
This year has produced a great crop of poets, despite the reluctance of the public to come and listen. People say that in our parents' day, things were different. Once, the Emperor Claudius was walking on a rare break from work when he learned that a poetry reading was in progress. So great was his love of letters that unexpectedly he joined the audience. But today, even men with ample leisure neglect the arts.
The lost refinement that Pliny mourned may have been more imagined than real, but Rome had changed over the course of the 1st century. Many old families had died out, and new ones, such as Pliny's own, were rising to prominence. Foreigners also enjoyed growing influence, and their cultures left a strong mark on Rome. New religions, such as the worship of Isis and Mithras, were absorbed from the East, and philosophy from Greece.
The Romans were not cultural imperialists who came in and said, you've got to do just like we are doing. Quite the opposite. They gave a lot of freedom. It is not simply Rome coming in, laying things down from the top. The local cultures are being given the opportunity to make their own contributions in many different ways.
Rome's willingness to embrace cultures not its own was one key to the empire's strength. But for some, it was also profoundly unsettling. Towards the end of the 1st century, a man named Juvenal wrote scathing satire, voicing the frustrations of many Romans. Few groups escape Juvenal's poison pen.
Now let me say something about that race that most appalls me. I just can't stand our city full of Greeks. For too long now, the East has dumped this scum into our beloved Tiber, carrying with them their language and habits, their flutes and ridiculous stringed instruments. What a travesty. Foreigners just blown into Rome get a better deal than I do. I, who drew my first breath in the city.
With Juvenal, what you've got is a satirist who will fire at any target that moves. But in firing, he creates a consistent figure for himself. And the figure is of a good Roman, what a Roman really ought to be, in a city where everything is going wrong, where Rome has ceased to be Roman, where it's flooded with immigrants. Juvenal is the voice of the old-fashioned Roman protesting about the way the world is changing around him.
Really aggravating is that woman who sits down at a dinner party and immediately starts holding forth, weighing the merits of Virgil against Homer. Words spew from her mouth, clattering like pots and pans. Lawyers and vendors and even other women dare not speak. Such matters are men's concerns.
Juvenal's bitterness was not universal. Indeed, as the century entered its final decades, most Romans were enjoying a surge of optimism, a sense that the empire was back on course. Now, with Jerusalem conquered, the capital was marking its first foreign victory in years. The former rebel Josephus was there.
That day, the city of Rome celebrated the victory over her enemies, the end of civil war, and the beginning of hope for a prosperous future. In the procession, spoils of war flowed like a river of gold, silver, and ivory, fashioned into all forms. Marvelous statues of the gods were carried, huge and made with great skill, and there were creatures of many lands. But what stood out above the rest were those objects captured in the Temple of Jerusalem.
Josephus well understood that this was a pivotal moment. It symbolized the revival of an empire traumatized by civil war, the mending of Rome's frayed society, and the unassailable authority of the new emperor, Vespasian. Vespasian restored the war-torn capital. He built temples, a theater, and began a massive amphitheater later called the Colosseum. But Vespasian also constructed something less tangible. He constructed a fresh image for the position of emperor.
Vespasian was almost always in high spirits. His sense of humor often scurrilous and off-color. Once, his son Titus scolded the emperor for his unseemly new tax on public toilets. Vespasian held a coin up to his son's nose and asked whether the odor caused offense. And when Titus denied it, Vespasian said, "But it comes from piss."
Vespasian approached the business of government with an earthy humor and common sense rarely shown by his predecessors. He was frugal, expenditures were financed by new taxes, and he was approachable.
Vespasian was stocky, with strong, firm limbs and a strained expression. Once, when Vespasian invited a local wit to take a jab at him, the man replied, "I will, when you have finished unloading your bowels."
The emperor roared with laughter, and the empire sighed with relief. For after decades of abuse and uncertainty, Vespasian became much more than a conquering general. He became the empire's hope for stability.
Vespasian, an adventurer in politics, was able to found a new dynasty, and he held on to power for 10 years. Against the odds, one might say. He was able to restore the stability that Augustus had first introduced many decades earlier.
All of Rome benefited by Vespasian's steady hand, but for young Pliny, the unconventional emperor opened the world. He was not yet a teenager when Vespasian took control, and for the next decade of his life, Rome would be an exhilarating place to live. Pliny studied with famous teachers, particularly his uncle, a man born far from the center of power, whose prodigious talents brought him to the attention of the emperor and into the inner circle of imperial advisors. Pliny's uncle was an accomplished scholar and a prolific author. He compiled a 37-volume encyclopedia on the natural world. His writings covered everything from marine life to planetary motions and provide a unique glimpse into the world view of ancient Rome.
An octopus, when he fears capture, emits a dark ink, which he has instead of blood, and is able to conceal himself in the darkened water. The whole world is divided into 3 continents: Europe, Asia, and Africa. When bees die, some think they can be brought back to life by covering them with the stomach of a newly killed cow.
We are now in such a happy time of peace, the elder Pliny wrote, under an emperor who welcomes the pursuit of research and writing. Young Pliny was deeply impressed by his uncle's exhaustive curiosity and exhausting efforts. Industry and proficiency, the boy observed, paved the road to success and made his revered uncle a celebrated figure.
You marvel how my uncle could have written so many volumes when he was so busy. His enthusiasm was unbelievable, and he would rise before the sun to pursue his studies by lamplight. Sometimes while working, he would nod off and wake again. Still before dawn, he would go to the Emperor Vespasian, who also worked at night, and only then start his professional duties.
Vespasian rewarded Pliny's uncle with important posts in Spain, Gaul, Africa, and the boy rejoiced when the elder returned to Italy to command the Roman fleet. But in the year 79, a shadow fell across young Pliny's path. After ruling for a decade, the family patron, the Emperor Vespasian, became gravely ill. The emperor knew he was dying, but his humor remained to the end. "Oh dear," he quipped, mocking Rome's habit of deifying dead emperors, "I think I'm becoming a god." Vespasian had brought Rome through the gravest crisis of the century, civil war, and left the empire stronger and more resilient than ever. But Vespasian passed on a troubled legacy too. "My sons will succeed me," he declared openly, "or no one will." The empire was still plagued by the scourge of hereditary rule. Vespasian had done nothing to change that.
And so the day came. The people had already gathered for the spectacle of our punishment. And those who were about to die were forced to march through the arena.
Ritualized violence had been a favorite entertainment of the Roman populace for centuries. Criminals, slaves, and war captives were often sent to the arena, where they fought to the death before roaring crowds.
All around I could hear the instruments of death. I could hear the sound of a blade being sharpened, of metal weapons heating in the fire, the clatter of sticks, the cracking of whips. The trumpets sounded the death knell. Stretchers for the dead were brought on, a funeral parade before death. Everywhere there were wounded men, groans, gore. Nothing but danger before my eyes.
We have to recognize that the Romans actually enjoyed the spectacle of seeing people die. This is one of the fundamental characteristics of Rome. They were a militaristic society from their very beginnings, and when they saw gladiatorial combats, they were seeing in many ways a symbol of their own martial prowess and enjoying the bloodlust that was always part of the national character.
While most had no choice, some volunteered to enter the arena. Ancient graffiti hint at the attraction.
The gladiator called Caladus is the heartthrob of all the girls.
Creskins, who fights with a net and snares his female fans.
In many ways, gladiators were like movie stars today. They could achieve great fame, great success, and become extremely wealthy. There was almost a show business atmosphere to what went on there, and the desire for popularity certainly must have impelled many gladiators to go out into the amphitheater and fight despite all the risks that were involved.
Sutius Certus presents a band of gladiators to fight in Pompeii on May 31st. Shade will be provided.
In the summer of 79, the city of Pompeii was a thriving community of some 10,000 people. Many are known to us, thanks to a twist of fate that preserved their world for 2,000 years. Like most Roman cities, Pompeii boasted a stadium, theaters, temples, public baths, and shops. On any given day, the residents of Pompeii ate, drank, and socialized in the cafes and taverns that lined the streets.
Here, a decent drink costs a few coins. Twice that buys something better. And for 4 times the price, you can savor the best wine.
The wine may have been supplied by Pompeii's Vettii brothers. Former slaves, they entered the wine trade and prospered. Their home was large and elegant, radiating signs of newly acquired wealth. This couple is thought to have owned a bakery. They posed for their portrait, holding symbols of education and status. Across town lived a woman named Julia Felix, a wealthy landowner who rented real estate on the grounds of her expansive villa.
On the estate of Julia Felix, the following are for rent: luxurious baths, shops, cafes, workspaces, and second-story apartments.
And then there was Eumachia, a woman of wealth and authority, so esteemed for her contributions to Pompeii's civic life that a statue was erected in her honor. These people, and countless others, rich and poor, lived and flourished in the region. Ancient graffiti revealed the vitality of their everyday lives.
A copper pot has vanished from this shop. Whoever returns it, the reward is yours.
Pompeian graffiti are wonderful because they give a sort of unedited voice, an informal voice, when we're so used to hearing from antiquity those very formal voices of formal literature or imperial pronouncements or so on. You go into a bar and you find this little inscription about the barkeeper's daughter.
Sagessus the weaver loves the handmaiden Iris, who does not care for him, but he begs her to pity him.
And then written in another hand beneath, "Ha, so says the jealous rival, eat your heart out."
You're bursting with jealousy. I wish you wouldn't harass the handsomer man, the one who is the most noble.
I have said this to you, and now I have written, you love Iris who doesn't care for you.
Such rivalries would all be forgotten on the afternoon of August 24th. On that day, Pliny the Younger, now 17 years old, was vacationing with his mother on the Bay of Naples, across the water from Pompeii. His uncle had come down from Rome on naval business. Suddenly, an unusual cloud appeared in the sky above Mount Vesuvius.
The cloud was shaped like an umbrella pine, with a long trunk that branched at the top. It was so remarkable, my uncle wanted to study it closer. He ordered a boat to be prepared. Fearlessly, he headed across the bay, straight for danger, all the while making notes of the movements and shapes of the clouds. Soon ashes were falling, hot and dense. Next came pumice stones, black and scorched by fire. He came ashore near his friend's villa, and hoping to calm him by his own composure, my uncle asked to bathe and rest. Soon the courtyard outside his room filled with ash. The building swayed with heavy tremors. The sky turned blacker than night. Then flames and sulfur fumes sent everyone into flight. He asked for water, then stood up and suddenly collapsed, his breath choked by the thickening fog. Daylight came 3 days later.
The young Pliny survived, but his uncle, Pliny the Elder, felled by his own curiosity, was one of thousands who perished. Pompeii and the nearby city of Herculaneum were buried in a torrent of ash and mud and lost to history for the next 1,600 years.
We hired a porter called Corax, who turned out to be more trouble than help. He often dropped his load, complaining about the pace and griping. What do you think I am, a horse? I am no less free than you, even if my father left me a pauper. Not content with cursing us, he lifted his foot and filled the air with the noise and stench of his fart.
The people who toiled to earn their living rarely wrote about their lives. The vibrant mass of porters, cooks, builders, and merchants was mostly illiterate. Even those who could write had little time to reflect. Instead, we hear of them through the voices of their patrons, men whose ancestral fortunes often freed them from the need to work.
Some trades are too coarse and vulgar for a gentleman. We disdain customs officers and moneylenders. Also beneath us are all occupations requiring labor alone without skill. They are no better than slavery.
Even less vocal were the throngs of slaves who kept the empire running. They worked everywhere, in Roman mines, fields, and households. Many came as war captives. Others were born into bondage. And while the ancient institution festered with the same abuses seen later in history, in the Roman Empire, it had a different complexion.
Slavery was not based on race. In fact, it was what you could call an equal opportunity condition. Anyone was liable to become a slave at any time, and in fact, the biggest difference between ancient forms of slavery and modern forms of slavery is this absence of a sharp color contrast.
Roman slaves merged so well into the population that the Senate once considered a plan to distinguish them by special dress. The idea was rejected. If slaves saw how numerous they were, the Senate decided, they might be emboldened to rebel. Pliny the Younger was no stranger to slavery. His family owned a large country estate, several homes, and like most affluent Romans, many slaves. While secure that full-scale revolts were rare, Pliny knew well that discontent simmered beneath the surface.
I must tell you what has happened. The atrocity Larcius Macedo suffered at the hands of his slaves deserves public outrage. He was washing in his bathhouse. Suddenly, his servants surrounded him. One grabbed his throat, others beat him, and, it sickens me to say, they even crushed his genitals. You can see what danger of violence, what outrageous contempt we live under. He was an arrogant and cruel master, but there is no security for anyone, not even those who are lenient and gentle. For slaves kill not to bring justice to their master, but from their criminal nature.
For Pliny, and for the ancients in general, slavery was just part of the natural order of things. When it was rationalized, it could be rationalized quite simply in terms of the natural superiority and inferiority that's built into nature.
In such an ordered society, landed gentry, such as the family of Pliny the Younger, had rich prospects. At age 18, after inheriting his uncle's fortune, young Pliny set out to follow his elders' footsteps. He launched a career in law and politics. But while his uncle had flourished under a good emperor, the younger man would seek his fame and fortune under very different circumstances. In the year 81, Vespasian's youngest son ascended to power. His name was Domitian, and as the biographer Suetonius recounts, he would prove to be as terrible a tyrant as any who came before.
Early in his rule, he would seclude himself for hours, catching flies and sticking them with sharpened pens, so that once, when someone asked whether anyone was inside with the emperor, a palace wit cleverly replied, "Not even a fly." Domitian's savagery was unexpected. He once called a steward into his bedroom to dine. The next day, the man was crucified.
Domitian indulged mercurial whims. He launched treason trials and executed or banished even his mildest critics. He terrorized the Roman elite and presented Pliny the Younger with the greatest challenge of his life: how to navigate treacherous times without compromising his values, how to maintain honor while climbing the ranks of a despotic system. Pliny admired, even befriended those who balked at Domitian's rule. But the martyr's path was not for him. Instead, Pliny staked his morality on a ground of compromise, befitting his compromised times. He was efficient and dutiful to friend and tyrant alike. Even while serving the emperor, he brokered marriages for the children of worthy exiles, promoted their careers, lent money. And through it all, Pliny's career thrived, but his success was tinged with remorse.
I have avoided shame, but deserve no praise. Admittedly, when Domitian expelled his critics from Rome, I visited one, even loaned him money, though this jeopardized my own position. 7 of my friends had already been killed or exiled. I was clearly standing amid a rain of thunderbolts, and there were signs that a similar end was in store for me.
The fact remains that Pliny the Younger was a very successful career politician, and he prospered under Domitian, as did many of his social class. And what I think we can see going on here is a recognition on the part of upper-class individuals like Pliny that it was perfectly possible for them to collaborate with a political system that provided good government, even if the emperor of the day was an absolute tyrant.
Pliny, like the empire itself, would outlast the troubling times. In the year 96, Rome once again shed its despot. Domitian was murdered by a group that included his own wife. And once again, the army would command Rome's future. From here, events followed a remarkable new course. For the first time, Roman generals cooperated to choose the next emperor, and they compelled him to adopt an acceptable heir from outside his own family. It was startlingly innovative, and the result was resoundingly successful. For the next major emperor to rule Rome was a Spanish-born senator and general named Trajan. His reign took Rome one more step toward universality. Now, educated and wealthy men from all over the empire became eligible for the highest office. Trajan expanded the Roman Empire to its greatest geographic size. He extended prosperity to levels of society not before reached. He launched public works, tax relief, a child welfare program, and among his most trusted aides was Pliny the Younger. As the century turned, Pliny now reveled in the benefits of success and publicly praised the new emperor, Trajan.
We are suffering no longer. There is no need to flatter him as a god. We speak not about a tyrant, but a fellow citizen, not a master, but a parent. He is one of us, and remembers that though he rules over men, he is himself a man.
Trajan would close the door on the empire's defining epoch. He would set the course for generations to come and project the collective voice of the first century across 2 millennia where it resonates today.
Europe today draws on the power of an image created by the Roman Empire. Rome takes the cultural systems developed initially in the Eastern Mediterranean and spreads them in a dramatic way and lays the foundations of a whole cultural zone that is our modern Europe.
The first century provided us with a powerful model for a global society consisting of people from different ethnicities and different cultures who were able to unite on certain fronts and remain distinct and separate in others.
In the first century, we see in the midst, in the very teeth of the most powerful system of imperial domination that the world had ever seen up to that time. See, right in the midst of that, the fluorescence of a notion of human freedom that grows up like a lotus out of the mud pond of Roman domination.
All around us, how much things have changed. My work brought me success, then danger, then success again.
Towards the end of his life, Pliny the Younger prepared to enter history as a spokesperson for his age. Few had basked longer in the might and majesty of imperial Rome. Few knew better its darker side. But Pliny's perspective was long, and like those who came before, he trusted that his better side would endure.
Whether posterity will remember us, I do not know. But we certainly deserve distinction. Not for our genius, for this would sound arrogant, but for our dedication, labor, and concern for the future. We will continue on the road that we have taken, which, while it carries few into the full light of fame, leads many from the shadows of oblivion.
The Roman Empire would survive for centuries to come. But the men and women of the first century left a legacy for the ages, deserving forever the full light of fame.
Romans thought they'd united the world. But after centuries of conquest and glory, resentment festered within. Repression and chaos replaced tolerance and order. And cults of dissent emerged that threatened to divide the empire forever. In 203 AD, in a Roman arena in Carthage, North Africa, members of an Eastern cult were rounded up and publicly tortured for the amusement of the crowd. Their crime was religious conviction. Their name, Christians. It was a theater of terror that would haunt Rome forever. One of the victims that day was Perpetua, a woman who redefined the meaning of defiance.
Perpetua is a young mother, a beautiful young girl, and she is determined to stand by her faith. And even when the government wants to attack Christians, she remains steadfast. Her father begs her to renounce her faith. She says, I can't. I must be true to my cause. She's separated from her baby. She's imprisoned. She's never been in such a place before. She's a woman from a respectable family.
In prison, she kept a diary, a tragic testament to the power of faith. One night, she dreamed her time in the arena had come.
I saw a beautiful bronze ladder extending all the way to heaven. People were climbing the ladder, but under it was a demonic serpent. The serpent was attacking the climbers, hoping to frighten them from making the ascent. And I said, in the name of Jesus Christ, the serpent will not harm me. Then I awoke, knowing that it wasn't beasts that I'd fight in the arena. It was the devil. And I knew I would be victorious.
The next day, Perpetua was sent into the arena. The lions were released, but they refused to touch her. So a gladiator was sent in to finish her off. When he too hesitated, Perpetua grabbed his sword and slit her own throat in defiance. Perpetua's martyrdom stunned the crowd. She chose death over allegiance to Rome. Why? Rome's century of doubt had begun. For hundreds of years, the benefits of Roman rule seemed clear. Her army created the most stable empire the world had ever known. From Scotland to the Sahara, from the Atlantic to the Euphrates, everyone enjoyed the blessings of Rome's peace. Her government gave the Mediterranean centuries of community, stability, and prosperity. For hundreds of years, it was good to be Roman. But that wouldn't last.
Our history now descends from a kingdom of gold to one of iron and rust. Cassius Dio.
Emperor Marcus Aurelius presided over the first signs of decline in the Roman world. Born in 121 AD, he was groomed from an early age to be Rome's next emperor. Aurelius had 20 years to dream about the kind of ruler he wanted to be and the kind of empire he wanted to rule. As a Roman, he believed there was a divine order to things. As emperor, he hoped to recreate that order in the Roman world, which is what Romans had done for centuries with astounding success everywhere. They pacified the entire Mediterranean with one set of laws, regulated trade with one currency, replaced diversity with conformity. Rome's empire stretched for 2 million square miles, but whether you were in Egypt or England, you could always travel a straight Roman road to a familiar Roman city.
Roman roads reflect a tremendous centralized organization. All roads led to Rome, of course, and you could come to the city of Rome and go to the Forum, and there was a golden milestone which told you how far it was to every other city in the empire.
Romans liked to know where they stood. They planned their cities like they planned their lives, in a methodical, orderly fashion. If nature was unpredictable, they tamed it. Romans channeled water to their cities in massive aqueducts, arguably their greatest logistical triumph. Rome had been a symbol of order and stability for centuries. And Marcus Aurelius expected to continue that tradition. In 161 AD, Aurelius finally became emperor. For 23 years, he'd been planning a peaceful rule. He was in for a brutal awakening. Later that year, war broke out in the east. Barbarians crossed the frontier and attacked a Roman province. A deadly plague ravaged the empire, killing a quarter of Rome's population. Germanic invaders then exploited the disaster and attacked from the north. Rome was suddenly confronted with military threats on two fronts. Marcus Aurelius spent 8 years on the frontiers fighting for Rome's survival. Like many, he feared it was the beginning of the end, that the great Roman Empire was about to fall to an invading army. But his fears were misplaced. For Rome's greatest problems lay within, as did the emperor's. Marcus Aurelius had cancer. He took daily doses of a drug he hoped would alleviate his suffering. It didn't. And in 180 AD, the disease finally won. Aurelius's painful death foreshadowed the fate of the empire he left behind. Rome, too, was suffering from a fatal disease: cultural decay. It was an erosion of traditional Roman values that would force many to turn to foreign cults for their salvation. And, like Perpetua, question their allegiance to Rome. The Roman Empire is as famous for its vices as it is for its virtues. Corrupted by wealth and power, Rome's legacy was tainted by images of indulgence and imperial excess. The Emperor Commodus epitomized the decay. His arrogance would force everyone to question their allegiance to Rome. Commodus succeeded his father Marcus Aurelius in 180 AD. Traumatized by an early attempt on his life, Commodus shunned all public appearances and left Rome in the hands of his closest advisors. As they terrorized Rome, Commodus amused himself in the palace. He maintained a harem of hundreds of young boys and girls and abused them at his whim.
He kept amongst his minions certain men named after the private parts of both sexes, and on these he liked to bestow kisses. Herodian.
It was a lifestyle funded by corruption and extortion. Resentment festered throughout the empire. In 190 AD, the poor rioted. They thought Commodus had deliberately hoarded grain to inflate its price and increase his profits. After 9 years as a recluse, the emperor was forced to play a more public role. the results were disastrous. He demanded he be made a living god. He took the title Hercules and appeared in a lion's skin, wielding a club on all public occasions. When a huge fire consumed Rome in 191 AD, Commodus outdid himself. He proposed the rest of the city be destroyed and an entirely new one rebuilt in his honor. But first, Commodus chose Rome's most famous landmark for his ultimate act of indulgence. On November 17th, 192 AD, people flocked to the Colosseum. Something truly shocking was on the program. That afternoon, the slaves and criminals who normally fought in the arena were joined by someone very special. For the first time in Roman history, an emperor was appearing in public as a gladiator. Commodus may have won that day, but his victory was short-lived.
Commodus was assassinated on December the 31st, on New Year's Eve, because next day he planned to be inaugurated as consul, dressed up as a gladiator. And that was such an affront. It's as though the American president attended inauguration dressed in American football kit. It was a complete insult to the total political way of life.
The assassination of Commodus wasn't the answer, for Rome's problems lay deeper still, in the very foundation of Roman society. On August 24th, 79 AD, a volcano in southern Italy erupted. Smoldering ash from Mount Vesuvius buried the nearby town of Pompeii and froze a haunting and revealing portrait of Roman society for all time. Suffocated by ash, the victims that day seemed united in death. Yet the ruins of Pompeii showed just how divided they were in life. The rich lived lives of gaudy luxury. Their houses were spacious and ornate, their gardens lush, their lifestyles lavish. But the most notorious element of their decadence is a fiction. Paintings of imagined Roman orgies were commissioned by 19th century politicians to promote their own message of sexual intolerance. The most famous of these showed a group of disapproving philosophers frowning at a debauched banquet.
There was a serious proposal to put that painting in every classroom in the United States of America because it was seen as an image of morality, of what the Romans were really about were those philosophical types. And if you get involved in the orgy, in decadence, then your civilization will fall as surely as the Romans.
For most Romans, a lifestyle of luxury and decadence was a very distant dream. The gap between wealthy and poor was 10 times worse than today. 95% of the population struggled beneath the poverty line. They lived in dark, fire-trapped tenements, entire families packed into a single room. The child mortality rate was 50%, typhoid and diphtheria were constant threats. Equally claustrophobic was a woman's place in Roman society. Women were considered biologically and morally inferior to men. They couldn't vote, buy property, or choose who they married. Their fathers and husbands had legal and financial control over them most of their lives. Rome was built on a rigid social hierarchy. At the height of her power, 1 in every 3 people in Italy was a slave. And it was their sweat and their labor that gave Roman cities their fabled wealth and splendor. Astoundingly, the burden of discrimination was lifted once each year. Every December at the winter solstice, Romans would celebrate the Saturnalia, when everything in Rome turned upside down. For 1 week, masters served their slaves dinner. Children of the poor ate with the rich. It was a surreal disruption of the status quo. For those who wanted more frequent release from Rome's rigid class system, there was another option. The cult of Dionysus was Greek in origin. Its controversial rituals, or bacchanalia, arrived in Italy in the 2nd century BC. With wine and dance, devotees entered a kind of collective trance, a communal ecstasy that offered escape from the oppressive divisions of Roman society.
People are getting together, they're making cells, they're making little clubs, and they're assembling in an uncontrollable way at night time in groups that are mixed, men and women, and they're not quite sure what sort of conspiracy together. And it is dealt with in an extremely bloody way. I mean, not only is the cult of Dionysus completely banned, but the consuls go up and down the country. There are many executions.
At the heart of Roman culture lay a tragic flaw. A social order that tolerated excess for the few and oppression for the many. That injustice would soon fuel the rise of Rome's most subversive cult of dissent. There was one ideal that made everyone proud to be Roman. An ideal as old as Rome itself. A commitment to cultural diversity.
Roman society was always enormously open. There's a wonderful story about Romulus, who, when he goes to found Rome, calls upon people to come and live in the city. And the passage sounds just like the Statue of Liberty, you know, everyone come. Let me take your outsiders and your poor.
1,000 years later, Rome's open-door policy was still going strong. Her fabled wealth and splendor had attracted people from every corner of the world.
You could be in the city of Rome and you could see people who were obviously African, obviously Indian, obviously Italian, Gauls, Germans, all of these people were in fact Roman citizens. And so somehow the Romans seem to have been able to find a way to achieve the American motto, e pluribus unum. They got along. There doesn't seem to have been any racial or ethnic tension within the Roman Empire.
By the 3rd century AD, Rome's immigrant spirit applied to everyone, even emperors. Septimius Severus succeeded Commodus as emperor in 193 AD. He was African, a native of Leptis Magna in modern-day Libya. During his 18-year rule, he adorned his hometown with lavish buildings. And brought some of its magic back to Rome. Severus and his wife Julia Domna were both deeply superstitious. He was devoted to an Egyptian mystery cult. She worshipped a Syrian sun god. Romans had no problem with the couple's exotic beliefs. The vast Roman Empire had a long history of religious tolerance. They lived in a pagan world that welcomed virtually everyone's gods.
There's something in the pluralism of Roman religion that makes it possible to acquire new gods. In their very earliest stories about themselves, conquest of little towns around Rome involve, one of their myths is that of evocation, when you go and you pronounce a series of prayers to beg the god of the local town to come to Rome with you, and it becomes your god, and you add to the strength of the team at Rome.
All that was asked of foreign religions was that they respect the cult of Rome by making annual sacrifices to the emperor. It was a policy intended to secure some control in a world of extreme religious diversity. There were as many cults in Rome as there were provinces in the empire. Bull worshippers from Iran, fertility sects from Egypt, rain gods from Germany.
In the city of Rome, you could experiment with almost anything. And in that way, I suspect the religious menu, the huge a la carte menu of choice, not as large as it would be in Los Angeles or in New York, but still very wide.
But by the 3rd century AD, religious diversity was leading to chaos. People were overwhelmed by the choices that surrounded them. Severus's solution was sun worship. He hoped it would prove a unifying force in a very fragmented world. Rome's wealthy decided to follow the sun in a different way. They traveled east, to Greece, Egypt, even as far as India, in search of themselves. But if Romans were confused, their leaders were completely out of control. In 211 AD, Severus was succeeded on the imperial throne by his son, Caracalla, whose most memorable act as emperor was to murder his own brother, Geta.
He was sick in body and mind. He often thought he was being pursued by his father and his brother, armed with swords.
At first, Caracalla's insanity was kept in check. In 212 AD, he awarded Roman citizenship to every free man in the empire. a dramatic reaffirmation of Rome's commitment to tolerance and diversity. The emperor then set off on a grand tour of the empire. In December 215 AD, he reached Egypt. In the city of Alexandria, he was given a splendid reception by its proud new Roman citizens. The affection didn't last long. Enraged by local criticism of his brother's murder, the emperor invited 5,000 citizens into a local theater and butchered them in cold blood. In one afternoon, Caracalla destroyed the fabled value of Roman citizenship. Never had Romans felt so confused or so conflicted about their place in the world.
They're looking for something in the same way that we Americans are looking for something. I think we can use that same explanation to explain things like Heaven's Gate and the Jonestown Massacre and any of the cults that have arisen over the past few years. When they lose their identity, you find that they begin to turn to cults.
In the 3rd century AD, Romans turned to one cult in particular. A cult whose message was destined to change the empire and the world forever. Christianity's dramatic rise to power in the Roman world would change everything. A cult based on the suffering of one man was set to challenge the integrity of an entire empire. Christianity's message spread west from Judea in the 1st century AD, carried by a small band of apostles. In Rome, it struggled for identity, one of many obscure cults in a crowded city. One blatant act of brutality would set it apart. In 64 AD, the Emperor Nero publicly massacred hundreds of Christians in Rome, blaming them for a fire they didn't start. It was the first time most Romans had even heard of Christianity. But the cult was a perfect scapegoat, its values radically un-Roman.
Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Matthew. Woe to you who are rich, for you have already received your comfort. Luke.
Christianity is a protest movement in one real sense. We mustn't think of early Christians as people who went on demonstrations through the streets of Rome or picketed the Senate House or threw eggs at emperors. They're not that kind of group. They're very quiet, introverted, keeping themselves to themselves. So anti-Roman in their beliefs, but not a protest movement in the sense of marching on Rome.
Christianity's most revolutionary ideal was spiritual equality. It was a direct threat to Rome's belief in hierarchy and social division. Women in particular were attracted to the new cult. It granted them the independence they'd been denied by Roman society. The only public position of power and prestige open to a Roman woman was as a Vestal Virgin. Rome's 6 Vestal Virgins attended all important state events. But their principal duty was to look after the sacred fire of Vesta, the Roman goddess of the hearth. This fire was the symbol of Rome's longevity, and it was their job to ensure it never went out. Vestal Virgins were highly respected and lived well, yet their public honors had a price. Vestal Virgins took a vow of chastity when they entered the order at an early age. If one of them broke that vow, the punishment was fierce and final. She was locked in an underground room. The windows were covered, and she was slowly buried alive. Ironically, early Christians chose to be underground. They felt safer meeting in the labyrinth of burial chambers beneath the city, known as the catacombs. Here, women participated in the ritual of communion on an equal footing with men. This shocked pagan Rome and gave rise to scandalous rumors.
They recognize each other by secret signs, and they have sex even before they've become friends. They call each other brother and sister, and thus their common fornication becomes a kind of incest. They worship the private parts of their priest. And I've even heard that they kill children and drink their blood. Minucius Felix.
Precisely the same accusations would be used by Christians to condemn witches in later centuries. But Rome persecuted Christians for another reason. They refused to respect anyone else's gods.
For there is only one God and one mediator between God and men, the man Jesus Christ. 1 Timothy.
They couldn't absorb Christianity because it will not allow you to sacrifice to other gods. In particular, Christianity involves the rejection of the cult of the emperor. And because the cult of the emperor is virtually the only way in which the whole empire can express its unity, this is very disruptive.
At first, the Roman state tried hard to ignore the conflict. A letter from the Emperor Trajan to a provincial governor in 113 AD shows how lenient he wanted to be.
These people must not be hunted out. If they are brought before you and the charge against them is proved, they must be punished. But if anyone denies he is a Christian and makes it clear he is not by offering prayers to our gods, he is to be pardoned, however suspect his past may have been. Trajan.
Trajan was wise in his restraint. Rome's previous attempts at social repression had backfired. In 19 BC, the Emperor Augustus embarked on a program of brutal moral reform. He feared that the Roman aristocracy, decimated by recent civil wars, was dying out. His solution was to persuade Roman families to produce pure Roman babies quickly. Adultery was made a capital crime, punishable by exile or death. Romans openly mocked his moral crusade. Ovid, the most popular poet of the day, provoked the emperor's wrath by publishing a book called The Art of Love, celebrating sex and secret liaisons. Augustus panicked and banished Ovid to a bleak outpost on the Black Sea.
Though others have been exiled for weightier causes, a more remote land has been assigned to no one. Nothing is farther away than this land, except only the cold and the enemy and the sea whose waters congeal with the frost. Ovid.
Ovid died there 10 years later, still dreaming of Rome. The emperor's repressive reforms were extremely unpopular and futile. They fathered more informers than children.
Now the country suffered from its laws as it had done from its vices. Tacitus.
But by the 2nd century AD, most Romans had forgotten the lessons of the past. Christianity's ideals were attracting upper-class women to the faith. Their refusal to perform public sacrifices to the emperor threatened the male elite. Their response was highly controversial. Its severity still debated today.
In the first 3 centuries after Christ, most Romans neither cared nor noticed Christians, and they certainly didn't see them as an endless supply of lion food. More criminals were eaten by lions in the Roman world than Christians. This is an image which has been created by later Christian sources, keen then to present themselves as an active movement of protest against Rome.
And yet, accounts of public persecution have survived. Rituals of repression that backfired. For persecution produced victims. Victims willing to become martyrs. One of these was Blandina, a young slave girl.
The crowd subjected her to every horror and punishment. Yet she was by now indifferent to suffering and kept faith in Christ.
To the crowd's amazement, Blandina endured 3 days of horrific torture in the arena.
In the end, she too was killed, though the pagans admitted they had never seen a woman suffer so much for so long. Eusebius.
The more that you persecute, the more you raise the stakes. It's a terrible gamble, because in throwing people to the lions, you do it in an enormously public fashion. And if the martyrs play the game well, if they not survive their martyrdom, but maintain their dignity, keep the crowd on their side through the martyrdom, then it's a wonderful recruiting ground. And the effect of great persecution is that everyone knows you've got to go this way or that. The big choice is Christian or not.
A protest movement was quickly gaining momentum. Its very popularity posed a fundamental threat to the Roman way of life. By the middle of the 3rd century AD, Rome was consumed by doubt. As chaos and confusion racked the empire, everyone began questioning the benefits of Roman rule. Between 235 and 270 AD, more than 30 Roman generals proclaimed themselves emperor. As Roman legion fought Roman legion, innocent citizens were caught in the crossfire of civil war. Barbarians seized the opportunity and streamed across the frontiers. Germans in the west and Parthians in the east disrupted the provinces. Inflation soared and livelihoods were destroyed. The promise of salvation in the next life was becoming very appealing. Christianity's tradition of charity attracted many converts in Rome's century of chaos and doubt. The size of the catacombs in Rome, the cult's secret meeting place, shows just how popular Christianity had become. By the middle of the 3rd century, there were an estimated 5 million Christians in the empire.
It's an indication of the strength of the church at the end of the 1st century, and particularly of the level of church organization. We've got a church now that's got a growing membership and that has got a hierarchy of clergy and bishops throughout the Mediterranean.
In 284 AD, Diocletian was crowned emperor. He had risen through the ranks of the army to seize power in Rome. As befitted a military man, his vision for the future was brutal and bold. Diocletian felt the key to unity lay in division. He split the Roman world in two and agreed to share power with 3 other generals. Their coordinated efforts did bring peace, but only for a time. Diocletian ruled for over 20 years, but spent only 2 months in Rome. He was forced to spend most of his time in cities like Trier, Germany, to be closer to the wars on the frontiers. Rome, a beacon of strength for over 1,000 years, felt increasingly vulnerable, as did the emperor. In a desperate bid for respect, Diocletian proclaimed himself the son of Jupiter and insisted that everyone kneel in his presence and kiss the hem of his robe. To many, it was empty spectacle, and they began looking elsewhere for reassurance. Now, even members of the imperial court were secretly converting to Christianity.
Diocletian has said that the unity of the empire is not just a military matter, but it's a religious matter. And if we can stamp out Christianity, then we will all be worshipping the same gods, so we will all be the same empire. And when that gamble fails to come off, you fail to stamp out Christianity, the martyrs produce more Christians.
On February 24th, 303 AD, Diocletian initiated the most sweeping persecution Christianity has ever faced. Churches were burned, scriptures destroyed, Christians sent to work in state mines, or imprisoned and tortured for their beliefs. If they still refused to sacrifice to Rome's gods, they were publicly tortured. Rome, once a proud culture of tolerance, had become a repressive cult of order.
What we see in Diocletian's persecution of the Christians are the only two Mediterranean-wide organizations, the Roman state and the Christian church, battling it out for supremacy.
In 305 AD, Diocletian retired to his summer palace, confident that Rome had won. He was wrong.
In the blood of the martyrs lie the seeds of the church. Tertullian.
There's an irony about Roman history in that one of the great accomplishments of Rome were the roads. And I think it's fascinating that those roads are what did Rome in. Because over those roads came the cults, came ideas that would undo the Roman identity and Roman sense of self.
For centuries, Rome's power and confidence had been unshakable. She had basked in the achievements of her empire, convinced of the glory of her rule. But a cult from Judea confronted Rome's arrogance, challenged her inequality, and exposed her brutality. Rome, once a symbol of order and control, was crumbling into chaos and confusion. Rome's glory shone for 1,000 years. But nothing lasts forever. In the 3rd century AD, civil war engulfed the empire. Chaos and corruption undermined it from within. And from every direction, its enemies gathered for the kill. Panic spread as terrified Romans sensed the apocalypse at hand. Rome rose to the pinnacle of its extraordinary power and glory in the 200 years after Christ. It grew until the empire united all lands from Spain to Syria and from Scotland to Egypt. More prosperity, more stability, and more peace than the Western world had ever seen. It was in 190 AD, with the mad Emperor Commodus, that it all started to fall apart. Crazy emperors were nothing new to the Roman Empire, so when Commodus started fighting as a gladiator and walking around town dressed like Hercules, Romans weren't too worried. They simply assumed he'd be assassinated like so many before him. He was. Then waited for reason and order to return. It didn't. Civil war broke out as legion fought legion, each trying to install its general as emperor. Anarchy grew. Romans yearned for one of the great emperors of the past to take control. A Julius Caesar, an Augustus, a Hadrian. Instead, they got the likes of Elagabalus, proclaimed emperor by the 3rd Legion on May 16th, 218 AD. Elagabalus was a 14-year-old transvestite from Syria, brought up to worship the sun. At 17, he married a male charioteer named Hierocles, who publicly whipped him. It wasn't the only bizarre ceremony to invade the imperial court. In honor of the sun, Elagabalus sometimes walked backwards through the city, carrying a large black stone. Romans looked on, stupefied. When he finally announced he wanted to be castrated, it was the last straw. His own palace guard killed him as he sat on the toilet, then threw his body in the Tiber. Romans wondered how their great empire could have fallen to such a shameful state of affairs. Some believed it was the long-awaited fulfillment of the Sibylline oracles, a series of apocalyptic prophecies that had haunted Rome for centuries.
And on thee one day shall come, O haughty Rome, a deserved blow from heaven. You will be plundered and destroyed, and with wailing and gnashing of teeth you will pay.
And you, daughters of Rome, clothed in gold and luxury, drunk with the attention of your wooers, you shall be made a slave and a whore because men forgot the good and gave themselves to greed and unrighteous living.
But there was nothing mystical about the chaos of the 3rd century. Quite simply, the empire had become unmanageable. Emperors could no longer cope with the monster Rome had become.
We tend to get a picture of Rome, particularly through the movies, as being dominated by a bunch of kooks. Yes, Nero was disturbed. Yes, Caligula was an extremely unpleasant person to be around, and Commodus liked being a gladiator and a beast hunter. Elagabalus liked dressing up in funny clothes and dancing around his pet rock. The average Roman emperor is a bureaucrat, is a man who's able to balance the different demands of the major political constituencies within his empire, the army, the guard, the population of the city of Rome, the Senate, and the palace, keeping those interests working in concert with each other so he can stay alive.
After Elagabalus, the best efforts of a succession of hard-working emperors were all in vain. Political power was concentrated in too few hands. The wealthy were forgetting the old democratic ideals, balancing the power of rulers with the needs of ordinary citizens. Rome had turned its back on the common man. The ancestors of Roman peasants like Gaius led humble but dignified lives as small farmers. But slave-owning aristocrats had commandeered their land and evicted them. Destitute families flooded into the city, swelling the ranks of sweatshop workers and the urban poor. Gaius grew up in Rome doing menial jobs and a lot of drinking. Like millions of poor Romans, he lived on welfare handouts of grain and mindless distraction, lots of it.
The proletariat are idle, lazy, and devote their whole life to drink, gambling, brothels, shows, and chariot races. Their temple, their dwelling, their meeting place, in fact the center of all their desires, is the Circus Maximus. They talk about nothing else. Ammianus.
By the 3rd century AD, the number of days devoted to games had risen from a handful to a staggering 170 each year.
People became obsessed by these games, by watching races, by watching gladiatorial events, by watching whatever it is that was put on for their amusement. I think that often people say that that's what's happening to the modern world. We're more interested in sport, more interested in watching games than we are in working. But I think it puts it in some perspective if you understand how far the Romans went. And we've got a long, long way to go. Being a couch potato now is a lot different than being a Colosseum potato 2,000 years ago.
Intent on distracting themselves, most Romans didn't notice the social fabric of their empire shredding all around them. Rome's sense of community had disappeared. The elite were increasingly isolated from the poor.
They are greedy. Their language is foul and senseless. The manners of the poor have decayed completely. They're quarrelsome and make disgusting noises by snorting loudly through their noses. Ammianus.
Upper-class Romans could ill afford their disdain. Gaius would die in squalor and oblivion. But his children and grandchildren would never forget how Rome had shut them out. Educated Romans were turning their backs on everything to do with old Rome, not just the poor. The East, ancient, mysterious, and exotic, seemed much more enticing. Wealthy Romans headed off to see the sights of Egypt. The world's first tourist boom had begun. Bored local officials were forced to cater to Roman aristocrats on senatorial junkets.
Lucius Memmius, a Roman senator in a position of considerable importance and honor, is sailing up the Nile from Alexandria to see the sights. Receive him in grand style and see to it that at the usual points, lodgings are prepared and landing facilities completed. Also, provide furniture for the lodgings, the special food for the feeding of the crocodiles, whatever is needed for the labyrinth, offerings, sacrifices, all the usual things. In general, do everything possible to please him.
Romans marveled at the wonders of Egypt, and like tourists in centuries to come, scratched graffiti to record their visits.
I, Palladius of Hermopolis, a judge, saw and was absolutely amazed.
I, Colonel Januarius, was here with my daughter, and we marveled at this place.
Unique! Unique! I only curse myself for not being able to understand the hieroglyphs.
Egypt was a land of magic and mystery. It had the pyramids, it had hieroglyphs, it had the Nile. And Romans, they went to Egypt much more often in fantasy, in pictures, by bringing the wild animals of Egypt from Egypt into Rome, hippopotamuses, crocodiles. But some of them, probably on lazy culture trips, went as far as they could, right to the boundaries of Ethiopia.
As travelers abroad marveled at the mysteries of Egypt, Romans back home were hungry for their own taste of the mysterious East. A luxury trade in expensive foreign goods flourished.
There is this exotica that the rich and wealthy came to expect. Perhaps one of the most startling examples would be spices. They came from the Far East, from the islands of Indonesia. Even more than that, we've got a guide written for shippers up the Red Sea on how to cross over using the monsoon to India to pick up goods. And it tells you what you can get in the Yemen, at Bombay, on the southern tip of India, where there may very well have been a colony of Roman citizens.
The Roman delight in far-flung places was not reciprocated. As Rome thrilled to the exotic East was starting to hate Rome's guts. In the provinces and periphery of empire, resentment festered. The great Roman orator Cicero had foreseen it all.
Words cannot express, gentlemen, how bitterly we will be hated among foreign nations because of the outrageous conduct of the men we have sent to govern them. All the provinces are complaining about Roman greed and Roman injustice. I remind you, gentlemen, Rome will not be able to hold out against the whole world. I do not mean against its power and arms in war, but against its groans and tears and lamentations.
From the beginning, Rome had built its empire by conquest and force of arms. In the early days of empire, there had been real benefits to being defeated by Rome. Citizenship, civil rights, trade, and prosperity. But by the 3rd century AD, those benefits were evaporating. Citizenship was giving way to slavery. Peace and prosperity replaced by shameless exploitation.
And for all the wealth that Rome took from Asia, 3 times as much shall Asia take from Rome, visiting upon her accursed arrogance. And for every slave in a Roman house, I swear, 20 Romans will one day be sold into the most wretched slavery.
Rome was sitting on a powder keg of poverty and resentment. In April 248 AD, the Emperor Philip staged the Millennium Games. Rome was 1,000 years old and celebrating its birthday in the only way it knew how. With a grandiose spectacle of ritual, races, and bloodletting. As Romans celebrated, barbarian armies hammered the empire's frontiers. Rebellions were breaking out in the provinces. With their world collapsing into chaos, the Roman thirst for macabre distraction grew. The death toll from the Millennium Festival was spectacular even by Roman standards. 1,000 gladiators and hundreds of exotic animals were killed. Leopards, lions, elephants, giraffes, tigers, hippos, and even a rhinoceros. Noisy crowds paraded statues of the gods through the streets. Priests heaped offerings in front of the temples, praying for a return of Rome's good fortune. Nature itself seemed to be conspiring against the Roman Empire. Climatic changes in Central Asia were freezing the high plateaus and forcing its nomadic peoples to migrate. Shut out of the Chinese lowlands, they had no option but to move west. As they headed for Europe, they pushed all the tribes in their path further west as well. In the 3rd century, wave after wave of uprooted peoples were pushed up against Rome's northeastern frontier. Goths, Slavs, Vandals, and more. In 259 AD, Persians attacked. Rallying to the empire's defense, the Emperor Valerian marched his legions hundreds of miles to confront them. Weakened by illness and exhaustion, they were massacred and the emperor captured. Eager to humiliate the emperor to the maximum, the Persian king used Valerian as a stepping stool to mount his horse. When Valerian died in captivity, the Persians skinned him and hung his hide in a temple for all to see. Rome's humiliation was complete.
Dearest Mother, my greetings. I just want you to know that I finally arrived safe and sound in Alexandria after 4 days' travel. I miss you all already. Tell Io that if he wants to join the army, he should come here. Everybody seems to be joining the army.
As Isis wrote to her mother from Egypt, the disaster of Valerian's defeat had sparked panic throughout the empire. There was a furious recruitment drive. By the year 300, there were almost 500,000 Roman soldiers, and the legions were still growing. The only way to maintain this gigantic military machine was taxation. Taxes rose and inflation spiraled. Roman currency, the denarius, was progressively devalued. Once again, ordinary Romans bore the brunt.
The ordinary person in the late Roman Empire could expect to be taxed more efficiently, more harshly, more often, and more consistently than ever before. Likewise, people realized that in order to safeguard themselves, their families, their livelihoods, that they should join the state. So there's an enormous competition to join the army and join the bureaucracy, all of which confer substantial taxation privileges and immunities.
Taxation would be less brutal if the burden were shared equally by all. It is not. Tributes due from the rich are extorted from the poor, and the weaker bear the burden of the stronger. Ordinary people are being crushed by the weight of taxes. What more can I say? The situation is shameful and disastrous. Salve.
Beset by enemies without and turmoil within, the empire tried desperately to tighten its grip. Along with the army, the whole apparatus of imperial power began to swell. Bureaucracies multiplied. The people who oversaw the postal system, the speculatores, had become the world's first full-fledged intelligence operation. Spies were everywhere, reporting any signs of rebellion in the provinces. Emperors were obsessed with maintaining control. Rome was moving slowly but surely towards the totalitarian regimes that would preside over its final collapse. In 285 AD, realizing the empire was becoming bloated and top-heavy, the Emperor Diocletian embarked on reforms to streamline it. He split the imperial bureaucracies into two linked empires, 2 emperors and 2 armies. He froze prices, putting the brakes on runaway inflation, and banned a subversive cult called Christianity. In the short term, Diocletian's reforms were astonishingly successful. Romans breathed a sigh of relief as peace and order once again reigned in the empire. Certain the Roman world was back on track, Diocletian did something no Roman emperor had ever done. He retired and lived quietly to be an old man. But the peace didn't last long. By the 4th century, no amount of bureaucratic restructuring could cope with the class conflicts and the political infighting tearing the empire apart. If Rome was to survive, it needed more than a sane administrator like Diocletian. It needed a ferocious and all-powerful ruler. It was about to get one. On October 26, 312 AD, rival Roman armies massed outside the city, waiting to do battle. At the head of one was a young commander called Constantine. He knew the next day a river of Roman blood would flow. He also knew that if he lost, it was all over. His claim to the empire, certainly, and probably his life. Constantine looked up into the sky. He saw a cross of light that seemed to burn itself into the heavens, and above it the words, "In hoc signo vinces," by this sign you will conquer. He had crosses painted on the shields of his troops. The next day, at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, he smashed the armies of his rival, Maxentius. No sooner was Constantine installed as emperor than he repealed many of Diocletian's reforms, including his ban on Christianity. But he went even further, declaring himself a Christian. Romans were stunned. Most thought Christianity was just another weird Eastern sect. Suddenly, their new emperor had declared himself a cult member. They thought they had another lunatic on their hands. They didn't. Constantine cleverly saw how Christianity could unify an empire coming apart at the seams. Unlike Rome's pagan religion, it preached discipline, obedience, and only one God.
Constantine is one of the most dynamic figures in Roman history. He presented himself as a new Moses, leading his people to a promised land, but I think he saw himself being guided by the hand of a god. And after all, it's one God who's in charge. Just as there's one emperor who's going to be in charge. We're getting rid of this old system of multiple emperors under Diocletian and going back to the system where one man is calling the shots. Christianity resonates with Constantine's view of himself.
Under Constantine, Roman unity was reborn, but there wasn't much that was Roman about it. Constantine grew up in the Balkans in Eastern Europe and the imperial city of Trier, Germany. He had no liking for Rome and recognized it had become strategically irrelevant. All the important conflicts in the empire were now along the frontiers to the east and north. So he moved the empire's capital to the ancient city of Byzantium and renamed it after himself, Constantinople.
The foundation of Constantinople is, I think, one of the most important moments in the history of the Roman Empire. It's the foundation of New Rome, to use Constantine's name for the city. It marks a political, a cultural, and an economic shift from Italy to the Balkans. The Roman Empire now will be centered not in the west, but in the east.
Constantine abandoned the traditional trappings of a Roman emperor and ruled like an oriental sultan from his palace in modern Turkey. His power was absolute. His piety, and some say his vanity, knew no bounds.
Pagans were a little more doubtful about Constantine's piety. One pagan story said that Constantine converted to Christianity because, having murdered his son and had his wife suffocated in a hot steam bath, he was desperately in search of a religion that would give him forgiveness. And Christianity was the only religion that would do that, Constantine having been flatly refused forgiveness by a number of pagan priests.
Before he died, he had 13 coffins placed in his sepulchre. 12 for the 12 apostles, 1 for himself. As if Constantine was the 13th apostle of Christ, the one who finally brought his kingdom to earth. It may have seemed like God's kingdom was coming to earth, but not for long. Christianity's growth from a small, persecuted sect to the dominant religion of empire was a violent and bloody one. Even before Constantine died, fine points of Christian doctrine about the Holy Trinity were generating furious debate, and before long, bloodshed. In 366, a conference of bishops left 137 corpses on the floor of a Roman basilica.
The 4th century was marked by bitter divisions of belief between bishops. And they fought with every weapon they could. They used state forces to expel some people from the church. What's remarkable about Christianity is the degree to which Christian leaders thought that their religion could encompass only a single orthodoxy.
The very persons who ought to display brotherly love are violently estranged from one another. It's disgraceful, positively sickening. Bishop Crestus.
By the end of the century, there were over 60 official decrees outlawing different heretical beliefs. Before long, there were attempts to ban all non-Christians from public office. Synagogues were burnt. Pagans observed the growth of Christianity with alarm. Their Rome had been ruthless in punishing people's actions, but unconcerned about their beliefs. That sort of tolerance was now a thing of the past.
Have a care. Even wild beasts are not as ferocious as these Christians in their hatred of one another. Ammianus.
But not all Christians were engaged in theological feuding. In 423, outside the town of Antioch in Syria, a man called Simeon climbed up a pillar. He stayed there for 30 years, scorched by the sun, kneeling, singing, and suffering. 100 years earlier, everyone would have assumed he was a madman. He would have been arrested or ignored. Not now. In this new Christian Rome, suffering was the mark of holiness. Educated Romans gave up comfortable lives to go and live in the desert. In 375, Saint Jerome was one of many who chose to renounce everything, retire to the Holy Land, and mortify the flesh.
Tears and groans were every day my portion. Whenever I felt sleep overcoming me, I bruised my restless bones against the bare earth. My only companions were scorpions and beasts. My face was pale with fasting. But though my limbs were cold as ice, my mind was burning with desire, and the fires of lust kept bubbling up before me, even when my flesh was as good as dead. Jerome.
Romans had always reveled in grandiose displays of wealth and power. They had inherited from the Greeks and Etruscans a love of the human body and its appetites. In Rome before Constantine, if you had it, you flaunted it. To the pagans who refused to convert, Christian self-denial was bizarre and puzzling.
The ones who call themselves monks live in unspeakably dreary places and shun the light. Why would a man choose to live in misery in order to escape from it? They seem to be afraid of everything, particularly what is good and pleasurable. The reasoning behind all this seems completely insane, and I find it utterly incomprehensible. Rutilius.
Despite the rigors of Christianity, as the 4th century progressed, Romans flocked to it. Women, long oppressed by patriarchal Rome, found respect and recognition. To everybody, men and women, rich and poor, Roman and non-Roman, Christianity offered a refuge from the chronic uncertainties of the era.
There's no doubt in my mind that Christianity saved the Roman Empire. At the end of the 3rd century, it gave it a new focus for unity, both religiously and ideologically. But Christianity is the glue that sticks the various parts of the Roman Empire together in the centuries after Constantine.
Christianity could hold the empire together for a while, but not forever. In the year 378 AD at Adrianople in modern Turkey, the Emperor Valens led his army into battle against Goths from Romania. It was time to teach the barbarians a lesson and make them submit to the might of Rome. Like Valerian before him, Valens marched into disaster. His legions were surrounded. The famous Roman discipline gave way. He and his army were massacred. It was Rome that had learned its lesson, and it was a bitter one. Rome could no longer rule by military might alone. She would have to negotiate with the barbarians. The truth was there were already as many Germanic tribespeople within the ranks of the Roman legions as opposing them. But now they wanted more. If they were good enough to fight Rome's wars, they deserved to share its power. But Romans didn't share power.
As beasts from men, as the dumb from those who speak, so the foolish heathen differs from the Roman. Rome stands alone in pride over barbarian lands. Prudentius.
That Roman pride was now taking a serious blow. Forced to accommodate the barbarians, Romans began to feel threatened. Intolerance and resentment grew.
The Goths are perfidious, the Alani rapacious lechers, the Saxons, Franks, and Arulians are wantonly cruel, and the Germans are alcoholics to a man. Salvian.
Special scorn was reserved for the Huns, the nomads from Central Asia who had pushed the other barbarians westward in the first place. They too now appeared on the frontiers of empire.
They are so monstrously ugly and misshapen that one might take them for two-legged beasts. They are totally ignorant of the difference between right and wrong, so it's impossible to make a truce with them. Like unreasoning beasts, they are at the mercy of the maddest impulses. Ammianus.
These attitudes didn't bode well for the future of interracial harmony in the empire. For centuries, barbarians had been humiliated and enslaved. They were tired of it. When Alaric, leader of the Goths, settled his people inside the northern frontier, he wanted a dignified coexistence with Rome. Alaric spoke Latin fluently, was well-read, and not about to be dismissed by pompous Romans.
We tend to think of the barbarians as a collection of Conan the Barbarian and his buddies coming across the frontier waving their double-handed axes. This is quite far from the truth. By the time the barbarians come across the frontiers, they're beginning to be Romanized. Alaric, who sacked Rome in 410, did so because he was turned down for a job as a Roman general. What these people wanted first and foremost was a place within the empire for themselves, and when they didn't get it, they turned on the government of the emperors.
But Rome had still not learned its lesson. Instead of building diplomatic relations with the Goths, local governors systematically insulted, starved, and overtaxed them. Alaric sent letters of protest to the emperor. They were ignored. When Alaric and his people finally descended on Rome in 410 AD, it was not to rape and pillage, but to drive home his people's protests and demand the decent treatment they'd been promised. To his surprise, as his army swept through the heart of the empire, there was hardly a Roman soldier in sight. The truth was, many Romans were no longer prepared to fight the barbarians. Some even welcomed them.
I tell you that the poor have been so robbed and downtrodden that many of them seek refuge with the enemy. They seek among the barbarians a Roman mercy because they cannot endure the barbarous mercilessness they find among the Romans. Salvian.
And so in the year 410, for the first time in almost 1,000 years, Romans awoke to find an enemy army camped just outside the city. They couldn't believe it. Alaric's demands were reasonable. All he wanted for his people was part of the Danube River Valley in what is now Austria. Rome refused. Furious with Rome's arrogance, Alaric laid siege to the city. In addition, he now demanded 5,000 pounds of gold, 3,000 pounds of silver, 4,000 silk tunics, 3,000 scarlet-dyed skins, and 3,000 pounds of pepper. "Will you leave us with nothing?" asked the Roman envoys. Alaric replied, "If you give us what we want, you can keep your lives." Rome held back, procrastinated, and in the end, Alaric lost patience. Barbarian slaves, delighted by the prospect of Rome's ruin, threw open the city gates. The Goths poured in and sacked the city. Proud Rome was finally brought to her knees.
It's inconceivable. Rome fallen? The city which subjugated the whole world, conquered? I am speechless with despair. What will have happened to our friends? I fear the whole world is faced with annihilation. Jerome.
Although the city of Rome was no longer the center of the empire, for Romans everywhere, seeing it sacked was an omen of catastrophe.
Diseases are spreading. Time surely is nearing its end. I foresee the massacre of all humanity. This surely is the twilight of the world. Ambrose.
Romans were now sure the apocalypse was at hand. Stories circulated that the mouths of volcanoes were getting bigger, ready for the souls of all the sinners they'd have to receive. Rome was now divided in half. The Eastern Empire remained strong, but as barbarians overran the West, Romans everywhere were terrified the end was at hand.
My soul shudders to recount the downfall of our age. The blood of Romans is being shed everywhere from Constantinople to the Alps. Women are raped. The whole empire is being sacked, pillaged, and plundered. Jerome.
But apocalyptic visions turned out to be untrue. Not only did the world not end, the barbarians didn't do much raping and plundering either. Goths, Visigoths, Vandals, and other German tribes streamed out of Central Europe and spread themselves throughout the Western Mediterranean. To everybody's surprise, they tried to live peacefully alongside the Romans. Paulinus was a wealthy Roman nobleman with huge estates near Bordeaux in modern France. When news arrived that an army of Goths was heading for his lands, he feared the worst and fled in terror for his life. Tormented by all the stories of mass rape and Roman children sold into slavery, he sent his family ahead of him. On the road, he was astounded to receive a letter from an unknown Goth.
He says he wishes to buy a piece of my property and has actually sent me the price of it. I am astonished. It is nothing like its true value, of course, but in the circumstances, it seems like a gift from heaven. Paulinus.
There's no doubt that the Mediterranean was seen by much of the rest of the world as a sort of El Dorado, as California. It's where you want to be. There was the good life. It's very wrong to think that the German tribes that were trying to invade the Roman Empire and who eventually bring about its collapse in the West were seeking to destroy it. They weren't. They wanted their piece of the action. They wanted to be part of it. They wanted to be part of this great world. And when they take over in the West, they behave like mini Roman emperors, great Roman senators, because this is the good life.
Alaric's sack of Rome in 410 AD was not the end. The Eastern Empire was still strong. From its wealthy cities in Turkey and the Middle East, it viewed the disintegration of the West with growing detachment. It would slowly become the Byzantine Empire, but go on calling itself Roman until the Middle Ages. The Western Empire staggered on for another 60 years. There were still emperors in Rome, but their control was evaporating as the power of the central bureaucracy crumbled. The Western Empire now did nothing for the provinces except tax them. Local Roman nobles soon felt they were better off without it. They came to see themselves as free agents, fortifying their estates, making their own deals with the barbarians, even intermarrying with them. This was the birth of medieval Europe, an anarchic world where local barons owed allegiance to few and built their own fiefdoms. The disintegration of the Western Empire drove even more people into the arms of the Christian Church. With this world collapsing all around them, they sought refuge in the next. Paulinus was one of them. After the Goths took over his estates, Paulinus threw away what little he'd rescued. He wandered on foot through Spain and finally found his way to the south of Italy, where he ended his days as the abbot of a small monastery. His poverty came to feel like a blessing.
I visit cities infrequently these days and have grown to love the intimate remoteness of the silent countryside. Solitude is conducive to the spiritual life. I feel that I am fashioning and strengthening Christ within me every day. I strive for the kingdom of God, as once I strove for position. I attend to heavenly goods as carefully as I once attended to earthly ones. Paulinus.
Everywhere, people were turning their backs on Rome. In 476, a Gothic commander quietly told the last Roman emperor of the West he was out of a job. The emperor withdrew to his villa by the sea. Nobody cared or even noticed. By a strange twist of fate, the emperor's name was Romulus. Over 1,000 years had passed since the first Romulus, that legendary wild man reared by a she-wolf, killed his brother and founded Rome on the banks of the Tiber. In the millennium in between, Rome had grown from a tiny, primitive backwater to ruler of the Western world.
The achievement of the Roman Empire is extraordinarily impressive. Conquest, commitment to discipline, to winning, to victory, to war. And in the history of the human race, the creation of large empires has been fundamentally important, even though it's no longer fashionable. The creation of peace, the creation of law, order, the institutions of Senate, the creation of money, democracy, elections, voting, all these, even if some of them are only the perpetuation of the Greek tradition, have been fundamental in modern European culture.
With Rome's passing, the West's long love affair with its memory began. Paradoxically, it was the Christian Church that faithfully kept the language and culture of its former persecutor alive.
Simply walk into any church. In its architecture and design, you have just walked in to a Roman imperial palace. Sit down in that church and perhaps listen to the church service, listen to the liturgy, listen to the hymns. You are listening to Roman imperial court ceremonial. The structure of the buildings of the Christian church, its liturgy, its choirs, its priests, its bishops, are imitative of Roman imperial court ceremonial.
In the centuries that followed her fall, Rome was reborn again and again. The guiding idea of the Italian Renaissance was the rebirth of Rome and its classical ideals. When the founding fathers of the United States sought a model for their new country, it was to Rome they turned. Raised on the classics, they poured Rome's republican ideals into the Constitution. The early Roman Republic inspired democracies and high ideals down to the present day. But the empire it became left a very different legacy. When the French Emperor Napoleon claimed to have Roman blood coursing through his veins, it wasn't the Republic, but the empire and its all-powerful rulers he was thinking of.
The great danger is that we believe that the Roman Empire was a good thing. That is a 19th century view. It's the reason why in Britain people learnt the classics. They learnt the classics and they read their Livy in order to know how to govern India, because Britain saw herself as doing exactly what the Romans had done. We have not yet properly written the post-imperialist history of Rome that will come and realize that this whole thing, great though it was, has its negative side. It has its violence, it has its dark side.
That dark side of Rome was ruthlessly exploited by the fascist dictator Mussolini, who openly styled his regime as a new Roman Empire, and himself a new Emperor Augustus. For both good and bad, the whole Western world has grown up in Rome's towering shadow. Nurtured on its stories, imitating its heroes, always trying to learn the lessons of its republic, its empire, and its fall. Rome, ruthless in its lust for power, insatiable in its ambition, revolutionary in its political ideals. Its soaring spirit has never died. Rome's power and glory have branded themselves on the Western imagination forever.
The Roman army invades the British Isles. Those who resist the empire face total annihilation.
The Romans had to go on slaughtering every living thing, including dogs, until the commander said stop.
In the highlands of Scotland, General Julius Agricola pursues a coalition of tribal warriors. He can hardly wait to tear the enemy to shreds.
Often on the march, when mountains and rivers were wearing out your strength, did I hear our bravest men exclaim, "When shall we have the enemy before us?"
Agricola gets his answer sooner than he thinks. It comes from the native peoples of the British Isles, known as the Britons. At a site called Mons Gropius, they confront an empire that seeks to enslave them. The Romans are outnumbered. Each soldier will have to kill 3 Britons to survive, but that's okay with the rank and file. Death is their business, and today, business is good. From Scotland to North Africa, Roman military strategy shared something in common with the 20th century blitzkrieg. Showing mercy to the enemy was low on the wish list of generals like Agricola. But what about the Roman soldiers? Were they men or monsters? A band of brothers, or little more than well-trained stormtroopers? Archaeologists dig for the truth at a site called Vindolanda. Among them, Andrew Burley. Here in northern England, he probes a jumble of stone and bog for insights into Roman conquest.
The best things at working at Vindolanda on this site is the fact that it's very physically and mentally demanding, very challenging. On the other hand, Vindolanda is the sort of site which always gives you a reward and always gives you a surprise.
Over decades of occupation, several garrisons were constructed here. One built on top of the other. Between the slices of this Roman sandwich lies an archaeological banquet. Aqueducts feed water to an honest-to-goodness Roman bath. There's the fort's slaughterhouse, complete with a runoff gutter for blood. Sprinkled generously through the strata of muck is an astonishing array of artifacts. Jewelry that shines like new, and coins in mint condition. The word Vindolanda means shimmering lawn, a deceptive name for a desolate outpost at the edge of the known world. In the 1st century AD, the mighty Roman Empire stretches from the Middle East to the British Isles. But here, in the rugged Scottish hills of Mons Gropius, the Roman advance hits the wall. 11 tribes of Briton warriors take the high ground. Skilled at making bronze into weapons, the Britons wear blue war paint extracted from wildfire. Their leader, Calgacus, pegs Rome's intentions for what they are.
We, the last free men, have been shielded till today by the very remoteness for which we are famed. But today, the boundary of Britain is exposed. Beyond lies nothing but waves and rocks and the Romans. Where they make a desert, they call it peace.
Outnumbered or not, Roman General Agricola has Calgacus's warriors exactly where he wants them.
He is here now, driven from his lair, and your wishes and valor have free scope. Everything favors the conqueror.
To save their skins, Roman soldiers now rely on a strict sequence of precision tactics. Maneuvers that pay off when Briton marksmen launch a barrage of javelins. No problem. The Romans create a defensive shell called the tortoise. The Britons have no such enemy. Big problem.
Against a highly disciplined army, luring the enemy on. This was the Roman army's great success, winning battles out in the open.
In spite of bigger swords and superior numbers, the closer the Britons get to the Romans, the further from victory the Britons fall. 10,000 tribesmen are slaughtered. Those who survive lay waste to their own villages, according to this account.
An awful silence reigned. The hills were deserted, houses were smoking in the distance, and our scouts did not meet a soul.
The Britons despise and fear Agricola's legions more than death itself. Retreating warriors set fire to their own homes. Wives and children are killed to keep them out of Roman hands. But who are these men they fear? The heartless agents of empire? Imperial robots, invincible in battle? For one thing, they are not immune to the ravages of war. While the Romans take only 360 casualties, many are more dead than alive. Fresh recruits are shipped to the front to replace Roman casualties. One of these soldiers, ancient records show, was named Messicus. He could have been as young as 18 and most likely was unmarried. For soldiers like Messicus, the only refuge lies within garrisons, like Vindolanda, just one of a series of forts along Rome's last frontier. Awaiting him inside were creature comforts, dry beds and barracks, to name a few. But was there a sense of family among this band of brothers? For Andrew Burley, family has everything to do with Vindolanda. Starting in the 1930s, Burley family members have excavated the site season after season. The Burley clan is supported by a dedicated staff, volunteers, and visiting experts. Conditions here require a redefinition of the term dirt archaeology. Dirt is for wimps. Vindolanda has Frankenstein dirt, and it's always sopping wet.
The British climate can be a real killer. This year in particular is one of the wettest years on record. You can turn up to work in the morning and face a swimming pool more often than not.
Adrift in a sea of Roman mud, the spirits of the crew are kept afloat by the promise of new discoveries. Andrew's dad, Robin Burley, roots through knee-deep muck for a whiff of Roman life.
You can actually smell the Romans. Ah, beautiful. It's a combination of, I don't know, old socks and body odours and things. And our excavators, when they come onto the site, they can normally smell this smell of 100 yards away, and they know where we're operating. Wonderful smell. We love it.
The handle from a flagon is a clue that alcohol was available, a substance that served a number of tasks. For Masochist, a big gulp of spirits helps deaden the hardships of the front lines. For others, it helps numb the pain of mangled limbs. Evidence suggests opium was mixed with alcohol to create an anesthetic cocktail. A brew was potentially lethal for the patient, as the surgical procedure that followed. Among Burley's most compelling finds are medical tweezers, a silver probe to open wounds, and this bronze blade, the instrument of last resort. It was the dread of every fighting man of the empire.
For somebody with serious wounds, what capacity they would have for surgery, effective surgery, I rather doubt. I mean, it'd be a case of amputation, I'm sure.
Severed limbs and the lives of men feed the insatiable fires of Roman ambition. This cruel reality was not lost on the average soldier. Masochist and his brothers were replaceable parts of the Roman war machine. Piece by bloody piece, its inner workings and broken cogs surface at Vindolanda. The common foot soldier is the foundation of the Roman army, and what he wore on his feet is the most common find at Vindolanda.
Ah, that's a nice one, Andrew. That's a nice one. It's the posh officer's sandal. You know, that's expensive in any language. Cutting all that very careful open work there. All the money is in the uppers. We always say that Vindolanda's got everything that Pompeii and Herculaneum haven't got. I think Pompeii has got 3 or 4 bits and pieces of Roman shoes. Well, we've got over 3,000 of them.
Some 500,000 artifacts serve as archaeological pixels. Composited together, they form dim snapshots from the private lives of men like Masochist. An iron awl used to tighten the leather straps of his armor. A sewing kit to mend his tunic. a comb to part his hair. And this iron knife, its maker's name proudly stamped into the blade. All found in Vindelande's gnarly nooks and crannies.
What sort of thing are you hoping to find in this one?
I'd love to find some late 4th century material from this one.
Yeah.
Once you go down there, you're not coming back out again.
Just how these treasures were found is the stuff of family folklore.
My wife was writing a thesis on Roman spoons, and blame me down, she finds the best spoon here. I mean, cynics would say she planted it herself.
Some people say I've got a golden touch, but really, you know, it's a question of how much work you do.
Andrew Burley sees a kind of archaeological voodoo at work.
The site will only seem to reward one member of the family at a time. So if all 4 of us are working on the site at the same time, we won't find anything. As soon as 3 of us go somewhere else and leave one alone, then that person will make a sensational find. But that's just the way it goes.
And that's just how it went for Andrew's dad one sensational day. A find that literally spoke volumes on life at Vindelande. A discovery that turned Roman archaeology on its head.
If I have to spend the rest of my life working in dirty, waterlogged trenches, I will never again experience the thrill that I experienced that memorable day.
Freed from the clammy grip of the bog came messages from banished men.
I noticed some rather slimy bits of wood, very thin sheets of wood, rather slimy, and I thought, well, that's odd for carpenters' shavings, and just quietly peeled them apart. I couldn't believe my eyes.
Hidden beneath a cover of mud were written words lost to the world for 2,000 years. Messicus and his brothers had broken ranks with the past and delivered to archaeologists messages from a lost world. The priceless Roman letters discovered by the Burleys were rushed to an expert in ancient inscriptions some 40 miles away. But the journey to the past had ended before it began. When the shavings were unpacked, the words had vanished.
All the writing had gone. It was just absolutely blank.
It was an archaeologist's worst nightmare. But the Burleys didn't give up. A closer examination of the shavings revealed microscopic traces of carbon-based ink, a substance the Burleys could see through infrared photography. Ancient histories of the Roman invasion of Britain mention only a few generals and governors. Now, written in their own hand, came the names and origins of some 600 Romans at Vindelande.
Virtually everybody, as far as we can tell, in that early period up here, are literate.
We know there was a doctor here called Marcus. And opium is one of many substances which we have got mentioned on a writing tablet.
Even the soldier Messicus is heard from.
I, Messicus, ask my lord that you consider me a worthy person to whom to grant leave at Coria.
Writing on a thin wooden shaving with a metal stylus, Messicus begs his commanding officer for a breather.
The odds are he had a brother or a close friend in another regiment that he wanted to visit and sort of go to the pub with for a few days.
Today, the remains of the fort Messicus longed to escape are excavated with help from volunteers. Urging them on is a family hooked on the past.
I've got 5 children. I tried to persuade all 5 that there were various honest ways of earning money, and one of them wasn't archaeology.
The Burley family has been excavating the site on and off for, well, 70 or 80 years, really.
It started with Andrew's grandfather, Eric, who bought the site in 1929. The rest is family history.
I was born and brought up here. When I was born, my father was excavating the headquarters building. And I just loved the place, and I was always fascinated to know what was actually going on here.
It certainly is a tremendous experience to find something and know that you're the first person to have touched it for the best part of 2,000 years.
It's wonderful to be able to handle all of these things, the excitement when the excavation's going on.
Andy, you better have a look at this. Here you go.
Oh, now that is definitely an ink writing tablet that you've got there. See how thin it is? And it's got a slightly oily sheen to it. And just in the corner here, there's a little notch in the wood. And that's where they string the different leaves together. There aren't very many about. And that little thing there could rewrite history. Fantastic. Very, very, very carefully pop that into water, and then we'll get that down to the lab in a couple of hours' time. And it can start its conservation.
Andrew's mother, Patricia Burley, takes over from there. To free the tablets from the sticky bog requires the patience of a saint and the touch of a surgeon.
When something's been in the ground for as long as 2,000 years, it's very, very fragile indeed. You can feel the brush going through the tablet and onto your fingers beneath. It's also been burnt in antiquity, so it's very, very black indeed. The writing tablets are conserved using methylated spirits, and the ink is preserved beautifully. It really is a handshake with the past. You can start to relate to people and think about their daily lives.
But how did these fragile handshakes, these letters to and from the Roman front, get here in the first place? Archaeological surveys reveal the Romans are roadaholics. 50,000 miles of paved thoroughfares link the far edges of the empire to the officers and grunts of Vindolanda. Here, Massicus and his mates appeal to faraway friends and family for what amount to care packages. One man begs for clothing, not for himself, but for his men.
I greet you and ask that you send the things which I need for the use of my boys. 6 tunics, which you well know I cannot properly get hold of here.
Another soldier vents his disappointment when his letters home have gone unanswered.
Very many greetings. I want you to know I am in very good health, as I hope you are, you neglectful man who has sent me not one letter.
Needless to say, even the smallest of mail deliveries are major deals. The letters from Vindolanda have helped historians peek into some mysterious corners of Roman life, whether they wanted to or not. For instance, have you ever wondered whether Roman soldiers wore anything under those tunics? Well, you're in luck. And now a letter from home answers the question once and for all. It reads as follows.
Greet Tetricus and all your messmates, with whom I pray that you live in the greatest of good fortune. I have sent you socks from Satua, 2 pairs of sandals, and 2 pairs of underpants.
And when you get down to socks and underpants, you're getting pretty close to the nitty-gritty.
Along with the mail comes the occasional retailer. In most cases, these traders are Romans who have followed the army here from Europe. Letters found at Vindolanda show that foot soldiers had major cash flow problems.
They only get paid twice a year or 3 times a year at the most. And the sort of coins they're getting paid in are the sort of coins I've got in my hand right here. Beautiful little copper alloy coins.
According to one letter, Without cold cash, Messicus and his brothers are plumb out of luck.
Unless you send me some cash, at least 500 denarii, the result will be that I shall lose what I have laid out on deposit, and I shall be embarrassed.
While Messicus struggles to make ends meet, his commanding officer, Flavius Cerealis, earns about 50 times more.
We know an awful lot about him. We've got 80 or 90 of his letters now, and I can tell you his wife, his children, names of his wife, his children, his friends. One like a soap opera letter we've ever found.
Letters found at Vindolanda reveal that Flavius and his men were not from Rome. In fact, they weren't even Roman. They hailed from Batavia, what is called the Netherlands today. A Roman historian said, the Batavians were like weapons and armor, only to be used in war.
They had some tremendous skills which the Romans valued, like they could swim across rivers fully armed, leading their horses with them. The Romans also used them to win the Battle of Mons Graupus.
When he's not stalking Britons, Commander Flavius Cerealis hunts wild game. A letter tells just how.
Greetings. If you love me, brother, I ask that you send me some hunting nets. You should make the pieces very strong.
I mean, our commanding officer has 4 different kinds of special nets for catching small birds, medium-sized birds, swans even.
After a long day on the hunting grounds, Flavius lives the high life. Shopping lists discovered at Vindolanda show he dined on fresh oysters and vintage wines. Cheers. Flavius is allowed to bring his family to the frontier. His wife, named Lepidina, dresses fashionably. His children have a private tutor to school them in a classical Roman education. The Burleys unearthed a fragment of Virgil's epic poem, the Aeneid, written in a child's hand.
Really rare.
When they saw the translation, they were astonished to find something more than just a Latin lesson.
The normal capital, inter ea pavidam volitens spinata, then it should have said per urbem. Then someone in totally different handwriting. You see here, S-E-G, short for segnita. Sloppy work. And he's done pretty well, poor chap, but then he's gone wrong, and no doubt he got a crack over the head from the teacher who wrote sloppy on it.
While Flavius enjoys the good life, his soldiers at the fort take time off for bad behavior. Discoveries at the fort open a steamy new chapter on the fast life at the Roman front. At Vindolanda, hanky-panky and personal hygiene coexist at the bathhouse.
Every Roman fort worth its salt had a bathhouse. Now, bathhouses are 2 things. It's, they're obviously for bathing, but it's also where you go in your off-duty hours to let off steam.
And after a hot dip, nothing hits the spot better than a brewski. An officer's letter confirms that Messicus and his pals have a powerful thirst for beer.
Be well disposed toward me. My fellow soldiers have no beer. Please order some to be sent.
But somewhere along the line, Vindolanda's party animals get fed up with making beer runs. A brewery is built just outside the fort. The Burleys even found inventory lists of the grains used to make beer, and the name of the brewer, Atrectus.
British beer is supposed to smell absolutely disgusting, but I suppose once you've drank 9 or 10 pints, it doesn't really matter.
Roman soldiers also find ways to satisfy their libidos while stationed here.
At Vindolanda, it's quite clear that there were times during the day when those bars are thrown open to the civilians. There is evidence for prostitution, although they didn't call it that.
Instead of calling these working girls prostitutes, Romans politely refer to them as actresses. While casual sex is tolerated on the frontier, At least one Roman emperor tries to keep the lid on things. He decrees that no place of entertainment may be built too close to garrison walls.
And the fact that he issued the edict so many times shows that no one was paying any attention to him whatsoever.
I don't think they were obsessed with sex. I think they were actually very much open about sex.
Artifacts discovered at Vindolanda bear this out. This figurine celebrates the female form. And these small phallic-shaped pendants leave nothing to the imagination except perhaps who wore them and where. This item has nothing to do with sex, but everything to do with fun and games in the bathhouse.
The Roman soldiers are notorious for their gambling. We find traces of that in parts of gaming boards and, of course, dice. And it's one of those objects from the Roman period that you could pick up and use in exactly the same way today.
Along with beer and actresses came the occasional game of Roman craps. One pair of ancient dice proves that some players made their own luck.
It's very evident on a few that they have got little lead plugs and little lead fills, which means that they roll 5 or 6 practically every time. So there's obviously a bit of cheating going on.
On the frontier, rip-offs are common.
We often get weights and measures which say they're one thing and definitely are not.
Whether it's spoiled wine or a tipped scale, getting caught cheating is not taken lightly. In Roman cities, committing robbery could bring a sentence of crucifixion. Even offenses like bribery or slander could result in death. Out on the frontier, justice was dispensed by local garrison commanders.
Roman army punishment is usually very straightforward. Your company commanders all have as their basic badge of office a vine stick, and they use it.
Shadow. Punishments for even the smallest crimes are severe, both for soldiers and civilians. One letter, discovered at Vindolanda, is a personal appeal from a merchant. For the crime of cheating his customers, he faces a brutal whipping.
As befits an honest man, I implore your mercifulness not to allow me, a man from overseas and an innocent one, about whose good faith you may inquire, to have been bloodied by rods as if I had committed a crime.
The plea for mercy is denied. The Burleys are intrigued by a single phrase within the letter where the merchant refers to himself as a man from overseas.
I'm a man from overseas. That's a very interesting statement, that, because what he's saying is, look, I'm a proper Roman. Beatings are for Brits, not for people like me.
Roman oppression of native people may well have included atrocities far worse than whippings. Recently, new and chilling evidence emerged from the bog. Staring excavators in the face was the skull of a decapitated man.
A small set of almost panic swept across my face because I really wasn't expecting anything of that sort to be there.
In spite of their defeat at Mons Gropius, the Britons remained a constant threat to the Romans at the end of the 1st century. All hope for peace has been shattered, and we now know the soldiers here had more to worry about than just their own lives. When archaeologists excavate a barracks, they discover the men of Vindolanda had made yet another adaptation to the frontier.
You'd expect a squad of 8 men in each of these rooms. But when we analyzed the finds from these rooms, and particularly when our leather expert analyzed the finds, she reported that in 2 of the rooms, most of the footwear belonged to women and children.
Roman soldiers had taken common law wives and started families.
And that really knocks on the head the idea of this poor old Roman soldier having to do his own mending and washing and everything. Don't you believe a word of it.
Queen of them all was Vindelanda's fashion diva, the commander's wife, Sulpicia Lepidina.
We know quite a bit about Lepidina from the writing tablets. She's just a little bit vain, I think. She's got a very nice, neat foot. She has her shoes imported from a very expensive shoemaker in Gaul.
Lepidina led an active social life and had close friends. A party invitation sent by the wife of the commander of a nearby fort is both sophisticated and deeply felt.
Greetings. I send you a warm invitation to come to us on September 11th for my birthday celebrations, to make my day more enjoyable by your presence. Farewell, sister, my dearest soul.
While Lepidina fills her social calendar, Massicus and his brothers hone their survival skills. To find the enemy's weak points, they practice with wooden mock-ups of the Long Britain swords. Javelin practice is also a must. Fixed with sharp-tempered points, their shafts bend on impact, making them difficult to pull out of a wound. This ancient target attests to the deadly aim of Roman javelin jockeys.
They would get something like an ox skull like this, stick it on a pole, got all sorts of little holes, bang, straight into it.
Javelins may have also played a role in early attempts at psychological warfare. One javelin, found at Vindelanda, has a mysterious hole in the point.
When this is really thrown hard, the head will rotate and it'll probably give off a little whistling noise, which I suppose adds to the effect of terror.
For enemies of Rome, terror extends beyond death itself. The Batavians practice a gruesome tradition on the battlefield, taking heads for souvenirs. At the dig site, the Burleys find possible confirmation of this savage ritual.
Well, you've got half a skull. Where's the other half? We're going to have it analysed, and we're going to test to see whether the person has been scalped alive and then killed, or has had the hair removed after death.
Such atrocities only stiffen Britain resistance to the Roman invaders. But in 117 AD, the Britons finally get some good news. Ironically, it comes from the heart of Rome itself. Emperor Trajan, the architect of imperial domination, has died. Rome had seemed as hard and invincible as its canyons of marble and stone. Now, the death of Trajan runs like a crack through the foundation.
All round the frontiers, or the people on the fringes, rose against Rome or rose in rebellion, and this included the Britons.
Near Vindelanda, tribal leaders do their best to tarnish the gleam of Roman might in the eyes of their warriors.
The gods have delivered them into our hands. Be not frightened of the idle display, the glitter of gold and of silver, which can neither protect nor wound.
As the Britons' resistance intensifies, more complex weapons are issued to the men of Vindelanda. One of the most effective is the ballista, a lethal anti-personnel weapon originally developed by the Greeks. Cocked like a giant crossbow, it fires iron-tipped bolts through the air at speeds of 150 feet per second. The impact is so powerful, the missiles pierce heavy armor. But for Massicus and his mates, Finding human targets will be the problem. The Britons now avoid the open battlefield. They fight a hit-and-run war, picking off the Romans one by one. Native tactics so incensed the Romans, one soldier vents his disgust in a letter found at Vindolanda.
Their cavalry do not use swords, nor do the wretched Britunculi take up fixed positions in order to throw javelins.
There's this extraordinary expression, a previously unknown word, Britunculi, which you have to regard as either pathetic little Brits or nasty little Brits. And then it says the little Brits can't sit up properly to hurl their javelins.
The Britons have found the fatal flaw in Roman strategy. Now, Massicus and his brothers face a new enemy, themselves.
Where they couldn't cope is exactly the same as where modern armies can't cope, and that is guerrilla warfare in mountainous, forested regions.
The Britons have become invisible. To find them, Massicus and his brothers are forced to leave the open battlefield. In this new realm, the element of superior force comes in a poor second to the element of surprise. The Romans are thrown off guard by the fury of their enemy. Death with honor is their only solace, a code defined by the Roman general Agricola.
Better an honorable death than a life of shame and safety. And it would be no inglorious end to perish on the extreme confines of earth and nature.
Guerrilla warfare takes its toll on Massicus and his comrades. It may have also had a brutalizing impact on life inside Vindolanda itself.
You've just got the head thrown in a ditch with the domestic rubbish, which, quite frankly, is appalling.
Additional finds lead the Burleys to rethink the grisly mystery of the severed head. They begin to wonder whether the skull belongs to a Roman murdered by one of his own.
We can see the horrific injuries that this person has sustained in the last moments of this person's life. In particular, is this fairly clean cut to the right-hand side of the skull, but also very visible. The other side of the head was repeatedly attacked with a blunt instrument while the person was falling.
At the scene of the crime, another lead emerges. Excavators find a second set of bones. The skeleton of a small dog, found lying right next to the human skull. Britons owned dogs, but they didn't take mascots into battle.
Also worth noting, this animal did not die a natural death. And if we look in particular at this side of the skull, you can see that the animal's been poleaxed in a very similar fashion to the human next door. It's quite possible that this animal died in the defense of the owner.
Violence within the fort reflects the growing threat beyond its walls. Over the decades, the body count from this endless guerrilla war grinds down Rome's determination to push further north into the highlands. A new emperor wants to cut Rome's losses without losing face, but his colossal solution drives the men of Vindolanda up the wall. Almost 40 years after the Battle of Mons Graupius, Emperor Hadrian has a brainstorm. Replace a wall of Roman soldiers with a wall of stone. Roman casualties along the Briton front continue to escalate, so Hadrian makes an executive decision. Instead of hoisting beers on their time off, the boys from Vindolanda will be lifting construction blocks. Military units are ordered to construct a great wall, 9 feet thick and 15 feet tall. To make it all happen, the man himself personally designs and supervises the job on site.
And Hadrian's message, I think, by building the wall to the people at home was, look, boys, there's going to be no more wars of expansion. That's it.
Hadrian's creation includes defensive ditches and berms. To compound the challenge, he keeps changing the plans, even after his return to Rome.
People must have been going absolutely mad, particularly the soldiers who had to do the work.
That work remains in place some 2,000 years after the fact. Hadrian's Wall runs 73 miles, from the Irish Sea to the North Sea. Today, it's a World Heritage Site and a mecca for cross-country hikers. But for those who built it, the wall was a great scar of stone, a monument to the lowered expectations of imperial Rome. Carved into the walls at Vindolanda is a more earthy symbol of Roman arrogance.
We find an astonishing specimen 12 inches long, so pointing at the enemy, as it were, more or less meaning up yours.
So rich are the finds at Vindolanda, it will take an estimated 200 years to complete the excavation. On their watch, the Burleys are more than happy to take things a day at a time.
I love everything that we find, whether it's buildings or ovens or utensils, weapons, jewelry, fixtures, fittings, the whole lot. And you just wonder what's going to appear tomorrow.
I think of Vindolanda as almost a person in its own right. It's like someone stepping out and shaking your hand from the past.
In the end, the same delivery service that linked Lepidina to the outside world will bring the world of Vindolanda to an end. In 105 AD, the men of the garrison are ordered to ship out. The garrison and all unnecessary items must be destroyed to keep them from falling into enemy hands. The Burleys believed the men were rushed to the Danube to suppress a rebellion in what is today the country of Romania.
They chuck out stuff they don't need, including their waste paper.
You could tell they'd gone in a hurry because in some of the rooms there were piles of junk left on the floor.
And along with this priceless junk were the letters. Too numerous to take along, too sensitive to leave behind. But as the fires of Vindolanda begin to consume the diary of a Roman garrison, Vindolanda's cruddy, miserable, and notorious weather, the bane of future archaeologists, intercedes. Blown free of the flames, the letters are saved from oblivion by the cold North Country rains. Ultimately, a new fort is built on the same site by replacement troops. Sealed by accident beneath its peat foundations are messages from lonely warriors, desperate men, and survivors. Letters from the Roman front, words, feelings, and hopes, written not by heroes or monsters, but by human beings.